All right. Oh yeah, let's take this crap off. What's up, everybody? So I finally got around to making 10 more From Software countdown videos. And you know what that means? It means it's time for another gigantic freaking marathon so that you can just click on one video and just let that sucker ride. Fall asleep watching this crap. If you got a long drive, boom, excellent. You don't have to go around clicking around on the channel to find something to watch. You just, boom, just let that joker go. So, enjoy the freaking marathon. This is the second Souls marathon. Ah, man, there's so many videos. And these are some long ones. There's some long videos on this marathon. So, I really hope you enjoy this. And I'll see you at the end of the marathon.
The magical land of Lordran has some fantastic levels. It also has some poopy levels. But everybody talks about them. Who's gonna talk about the lands between? Me, that's who. So fill up that Estus flask, pop a humanity, cause I'm taking you on a tour of the top 10 glorified hallways of Dark Souls. For the purposes of this video, a glorified hallway is going to be something that is less than a level, but more than just a hub or a room. Every once in a while, somebody actually asks me where I get my information from, and I figured that this would be a good opportunity to go ahead and clue everybody in. Check this out. It's the official Dark Souls Bible, written by Miyazaki himself. So, if you would, read along with me in Miyazaki 4:16, and we are going to discuss number 10. Okay, you cleared Sin's Funhouse. You made it all the way to beautiful Anne Orlando through the help of these little demon guys who are only being nice to you for the purposes of this one cutscene. But after a little bit of exploring, it appears you have come to a dead end. What are you gonna do? As it turns out, we as the chosen undead must take to the rooftops just like our good old boy Sly Cooper, and then we have to bust inside of a window, and then we are inside of the giant building that houses the legendary painting of Ariamis. I just want to say I really love it in FromSoft games when it looks like you're kind of breaking the game and doing something you're not supposed to be doing. And this going in the window of the painting building is a prime example of that. And this leads us to our adventure on the rafters way up high above the ground. But we're not just up here to play Assassin's Creed. We also have to deal with the painting guardians who do not want you to get any farther. And despite their little dainty appearance, they're actually pretty tough. So what makes the painting room rafters one of my favorite hallways in Dark Souls? 1, the traversal on the narrow ledges. It's a lot of fun and it's pretty intense. Also, you've got the giant chandelier that you can cut down to smash those dudes on the floor. And third, if you've got the miracle force. I always love doing that. Number 9. Isn't it great to go exploring? Of course it is. And FromSoft likes to reward players who take the time to do it. And I will go ahead and admit that when I play a FromSoft game, a lot of the times I like to explore hoping that I'm gonna find something that is gonna give me that extra edge. This was absolutely the case the first time I got to the end of the Undead Berg, and instead of going up where I could see a fog wall, I decided to go down and see what I could find. And boy oh boy was I surprised when I found a second super badass guy that was even tougher than the Black Knight. Havel the Rock hits like a dump truck full of cinder blocks, and he rewards you with the best ring in the game for a tank build. There might not be a lot in this tower, but the pulse-pounding fight against Havel the Rock and scoring his badass ring are enough to make it good. Number 8. The only boss room on the entire list. You knew it was coming. Is there any more glorified hallway than the area where we fight Dark Sun Gwendolyn? While the boss fight can truly kiss my chosen ass, there is simply no denying that Gwendolyn's hallway is one of the most majestic and epic to ever appear inside of a video game. In fact, would you believe that the first time I got here, I actually thought it was a never-ending hallway? And that's not all. Let me remind you that this is not just a super hallway, it's located in a hidden area, which makes it a super secret hallway. Only in the majestic city of Anne Orlando could we find a hallway meant for a god. Number 7, and here we have another secret hallway. While the Lost Izalith shortcut might be one of the shortest glorified hallways in Dark Souls, it may also be one of the most important. This is, of course, because it allows you to skip not one, but 2 boss fights. And most importantly, in my humble opinion, it gives you the opportunity to take out those bugs to save our handsome boy Solaire so that we can bring him along for the final menage a trois with Gwen. Possibly the most useful part of the Izalith shortcut is that this is the location where you get the Sunlight Maggot, in which you get to kill one of these little nasty bugs and wear it on your head like a very normal person would. However, the Sunlight Maggot is not just Fashion Souls turned up to 11, it is also the best way to light up the area in the Tomb of the Giants. Even if you don't care about an NPC questline, you should at least care about having 2 free hands in one of the hardest levels of the game. I know, some of you mages are thinking to yourselves right now, what about the cast light spell? I have that. I don't need the Sunlight Maggot. Well, some of us didn't put points into intelligence on this playthrough. All we did was a bunch of curls and push-ups so that we could swing the Zweihänder and make a bad guy go boom. In short, the Lost Izalith shortcut may cost you 30 humanity to open up, but I recommend it. Number 6. Personally, I never felt like the Lower Undead Burg was a complete level. I mean, let's look at it. It's basically a street. They crammed a whole lot of shit into that street, but it's just a street. You got what? You got your dogs, you got your ninjas, it's even got a wizard locked in a house. The most difficult glorified hallway in the game. The Lower Undead Burg is also one of the worst runbacks in Dark Souls. It culminates with one of the cheapest bosses in Dark Souls, and I've gotta give it to From Software. Even though this is not a complete level, they crammed everything but the kitchen sink in here. Number 5. A hidden doorway within the Swamp of Blighttown leads you to the platforming section of Dark Souls, the Great Hollow. Jumping over the pits in the hallways of the depths, making that daring jump to go back to the asylum, none of these things can prepare you for the platforming nightmare of the Great Hollow. While this area is rather large and does contain some enemies, I'm still hesitant to call it a full level because it doesn't really have much more going on than that. The second most difficult glorified hallway in all of Dark Souls, Gravity, will be your main adversary here. But you also have to deal with more basilisks and those mushroom people who are just adorable. And what is your big reward for making it to the bottom of the Great Hollow? Spoiler warning, it's another glorified hallway. Number 4. Upon exiting the Duke's Archives, we see that the crystal masses that we saw in the previous area have increased in size and frequency and have given way to an entire cave made of crystals. A great example of visual storytelling in Dark Souls, the crystals hint to us that we are rapidly approaching the domain of the greatest magic user in the game, Seath the Scaleless. Here in the Crystal Caves, your primary adversaries will be crystal golems, man-eater clams, and, falling to your death. Haven't seen that before? Also, the moonlight butterfly has been downgraded to a common enemy inside of the Crystal Caves, which shows the escalation of this area past the starter zones. And let's not forget everyone's favorite obstacle inside of the Crystal Caves, that would be the invisible walkways, and of course, if it was not for player messages, I probably would have never made it past this spot. One last thing about the Crystal Caves. On your first attempt at fighting Scalus, you'll want to take out those clams before you go through the threshold of his boss area, because they will follow you in there. So you're going to want to take them out, unless you want to have the most awesome party ever. Number 3, in terms of area connectivity, the Valley of the Drakes has every other glorified hallway beaten by a mile. This area connects Blighttown, Firelink Shrine, the New Londo Ruins, and Darkroot Basin. The Valley of the Drakes is one of the more treacherous transitional areas of the game due to the fact that much of your time spent there will be hugging the side of a mountain and also dodging lightning from the blue drakes. If you truly have balls of steel, you can make it past the drakes to grab the spider shield and the red tearstone ring. And what a badass you are for pulling that off. And let's not forget our buddy the Undead Dragon guarding 3 valuable pieces of treasure. Undead Dragon Vomit, my favorite. Number 2, will I ever get tired of talking about the genius of Dark Souls? No, I will not. Case in point. Where did all these skeletons come from?
Why, you're in a cemetery.
That's right, creepy old man. This is indeed a cemetery, but not just any cemetery. The high difficulty level of the skeletons in the Firelink Shrine Cemetery is a subtle hint, maybe not so subtle hint, to the player that this is probably not the direction you want to go beginning your adventures in Lordran. Unless you have highly developed get-good reflexes, in which case I suggest you flip around through that cemetery, you grab all that loot, and do not forget the Zweihanda! Most of the time, these skeletons are going to kick the absolute shit out of you when you're starting the game, but I must admit, I think we all have plenty of fond memories of playing around in the cemetery. Before talking about my absolute favorite glorified hallway in Dark Souls, I have a couple of honorable mentions. If you manage to get past the ultimate cheese of the Capra Demon, no relation to Frank Capra as far as I know, you still have one final obstacle, and that is the pack of ninjas waiting for you in the back alley trying to assassinate you before you can make it to the door to enter the depths. One really exciting thing about the back alley here is the fact that it gives you a path back up to the Undeadburg sewer, and it gives you one of those cave emergence moments where you wake up and realize, oh, I'm back at Firelink already. Not to mention, this also gives you access to that undead lady merchant who sells you purging stones and poison stuff. Hallelujah! Next, after defeating one of the most aggravating bosses in the game, the Moonlight Butterfly, we get to take a stroll up another tower. This time, we are rewarded with the Divine Ember, which lets us craft blessed weapons. Blessed weapons are super sexy because they allow us to take out a skeleton and keep them from coming back without having to destroy the necromancer in the area. If you don't want to walk all the way back to the bonfire, you do have a homeward bone. But why would you want to skip it? Because this beautiful architecture with the plants and the moss overgrown, it just looks fantastic, and I really dig it. Not to mention the fact that you really get to enjoy it without that moth there. Next, if you make it through the Valley of Drakes, you'll find an elevator that takes you to the other side of the mountain, and it's going to be a green, foggy area that is absolutely full of items. To begin with, it seems like every time I come through this area, the Black Knight on this side of the mountain wants to give me his weapon. So when I show up, I bring them a fruit basket or something nice. Next, if you go just a little bit below where that black knight is, what do you find? The grass crest shield. What? Best shield in the motherfucking game, bitch. You know what my mama always used to tell me when I was a kid? If you're playing a melee build, this is the shield. If you go up a little bit further, you get to find a whole set of gear to make you cosplay to look just like Robin Hood himself. Except for the hat. You gotta be good to find that. And then believe it or not, if you go to the other end of the area, you get past a few crystal golems, and there's an entire knight set just laying there on the edge of the water. Just make sure you're careful and keep your eyes on the edge of the ground underneath the water so you don't fall into the bottomless pit while you're dealing with that Hydra. What is this thing? Is this thing a boss? Nope, he's just hanging out in the pond. He's a mini boss. Who knows what the hell that Hydra was up to before the chosen undead came down to make him throw an absolute shit fit. The Darkroot Basin almost feels like a complete level, with few enemies, tons of loot, and even a mini boss to boot. And for the final honorable mention, here it is, the last section of the game. The point where you finally get to confront Gwyn, the Lord of Cinder, the man responsible for all of this mess. But before you can do that, you must get through the most epic, complete, groundbreaking From Software level ever to kill the literal god of gods. Oh, whoops, we kind of ran out of time, so we just took a couple of black knights and threw them into an empty area. But hey, there's ashes everywhere, and there's fatal pitfalls. I mean, that's treacherous and epic, right? To be fair, even though the kiln of the first flame is not completely packed with bells and whistles, I still kind of feel like the intended tone of the area is still conveyed, with Gwyn's last few nights providing the last defense of their king and god. I actually do really like the ashes coating the ground everywhere here, and it really lets you feel that Gwyn's world and his empire is fading away. It may not be a complete level, but personally I feel like the kiln of the first flame is a very appropriate end to the story of Dark Souls and the story of Gwyn. And my pick for the #1 greatest glorified hallway in all of Dark Souls, if you've been paying attention, you've already guessed it, of course, it is Ash Lake. One of the most unique areas in any From Software game. Ash Lake just is full of special stuff. For one, Ash Lake is the location in Dark Souls which concludes the Great Sigmire's quest line. Ash Lake is also the only other area in Dark Souls that contains a Hydra. However, this Hydra will get especially pissy with you if you don't get close enough, and he will just jump right out of the water over the beach. And let me tell you, I was not ready for that. This is also the first area which you are probably going to run into the man-eater clams, and it's very important to know this. You can farm them for purging stones. That's a pro tip. Ash Lake also happens to be a spot where you can join a covenant because the ancient dragon, the leader of the Dragon Covenant, happens to reside here. And apparently he threw his scales all over the beach for us to go around and pick up, sort of like an Easter egg hunt. And if that's not enough of the dragon's body parts for you to collect, you can also cut off his tail while still apparently staying in the Covenant. You get a free weapon for doing this. This man, he is a living piñata. Another one of my favorite things about the Ash Lake area is this giant skull that you find on the sand. And you know, if you look at it a little bit closer, it kind of resembles a demon. That's kind of a neat little detail I just never noticed until now. Remember the Great Hollow, the giant tree we had to go down to get here? Well, if you look around Ash Lake, those giant trees are all over the place. That's mind-boggling, the scale of this spot, right? And what's my absolute favorite thing about Ash Lake? That creepy droning sound. I absolutely love it. Most of the areas in Dark Souls don't have any kind of ambient sound at all. And this spot, it just like went above and beyond with the creep factor. You just feel this unearthly weirdness when you're here. I love Ash Lake so much, I don't care if it's not a full level. It is amazing. I go down there to visit on practically every playthrough that I can remember. Just please don't go down there without the Lord Vessel. You don't want to climb up that tree. You just don't. Well, that was a lot of fun. And before I go, I would just like to acknowledge all the great people who have been supporting the channel. And first, I would love to acknowledge Jay and Rending Rapier for your generous super chats during the live streams. You guys are helping me out more than you know. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to acknowledge the Dream Team, our ever-expanding list of channel members who have been supporting the shit out of me. Let's start from oldest to newest. And first we have Last Bulbasaur, the grandpa of the channel members. Next we have All I Want for Ludmus's Wig, and I would love to just take this moment to acknowledge Ludmus for also being our Discord moderator and keeping everybody's crazy undead ass in line. Thank you so much, sir. Next is Theremin Electro, and then we have Ethan T, Tellum Rack, Death Metal Pokemon Fan, Robco17, Magonator, Alec Bryan, Lorian Elder Prince, and everyone's favorite, Guinea Piglet, Zach Gorecki, Thomas Sunshine, But that is actually not all. I also want to thank every single person who has watched a video, commented, subscribed, shared the video, because all of that does a tremendous service for the channel and for other people who might enjoy the content. I really can't thank you guys enough. See you next time.
Be gone with you. You'll spoil my focus.
Marika's tits. You must be hungry.
Dashing through the swamp, amazing chest ahead. Could this be a dog? Listen carefully, skeleton. Yeah!
Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. It's the holiday season, and that means time for gifts. But as From Software fans, we've already been given the greatest gift of all. What could that be, you ask? The best lore in gaming? That excellent sense of accomplishment that one can only get from beating a FromSoft game? The memes? No! The gift of you! What do I mean by that? Simply this. Throughout the years, ever since I started being a fan, Miyazaki and company have been playing dirty tricks on us for their sick amusement. To celebrate their twisted sense of humor, I'm counting down my picks for the top 10 times that we got trolled by From Software. Number 10. Let's start off the countdown with one of the best introductory levels in a FromSoft game, Stormvale Castle. If you've been following the Sites of Grace, Stormveil Castle is going to be the first legacy dungeon you reach in Elden Ring. And guess what? It's pretty damn hard. After getting nice and settled in Stormveil, I was really excited to see all the cool similarities to the first world of Demon Souls, the Boletarian Palace. I love it when FromSoft does cool little callbacks like this. You know what wasn't cool? When I walked into this room and the door got locked behind me and I realized that I was trapped in the dark, and I did notice a treasure chest in the corner, but almost immediately I noticed the very large knight that is in the room. And this guy is going to be the toughest dude that you have had to deal with so far in the game, most likely. And not only is he strong, he has wind magic. Very good, right? So what happened? Well, of course, I panicked and he soundly beat my ass into oblivion. Number 9. Before I played Demon Souls, I had never experienced a video game that could intimidate me and put me on edge like that game did. And unquestionably, the most frightening area of Demon Souls is level 3, the Tower of Latria. There's something about From Software games that when you're adventuring in their levels and you run into an NPC, there's something very comforting about that, just to hear a friendly voice and to see somebody who's not trying to kill you. So when I got to level 3-2 Upper Latria, I was actually pretty relieved to see this man locked in a cage who just was asking to be let out. I later found out his name was Yurt, and even though he had really dark, creepy looking armor and he kind of looked like the devil, he seemed like an okay dude, so I let him out. So guess what happened? It turns out that the guy who looks like the devil is actually a bad guy. I got back to the Nexus and there were corpses strewn all about on the ground, and because I'm an idiot who can't take a hint, I just kept on about the game and did not respond to this man who was killing all of my friends, and bodies continued to pile up. Eventually, I just had it, and I attacked and killed the bastard. Oh, good. Look at how much damage I do with Soul Ray. Holy piss. Soul Ray is dope. Look at that. 3-hitted that little asshole. Mephistopheles was right. Oh, so you've been talking to Satan? You've been talking to Satan, bitch? Satan ain't gonna help you from me. He ain't gonna help you from me, boy. Naturally, this was something that I had never seen in a video game. Like, who makes an NPC character that you save and then he goes around and kills all of your buddies? So, you can imagine my extreme surprise when in Dark Souls, they got me again with this. Kind of flipping the concept on its head, this time we save a guy in a cell who does not have creepy looking armor. He actually has beautiful golden radiant armor. The trick is this time, the guy sounds like the devil. And because I'm an idiot, I let him out. And guess what happened? This time, he didn't just start killing everybody. No, he didn't kill everybody. He just killed the Firekeeper, possibly the most important NPC in Firelink Shrine. The good news about Lautrec the Dick Cheese is that when he kills the Firekeeper, you can actually invade him once you get to Anor Londo. You can kill him and his stupid friends, and you can take the Firekeeper's soul back to the shrine and revive her. So, no harm, no foul. And finally, my favorite example of FromSoft creating an NPC to kill all of your friends, we have the suspicious beggar that we find in the Forbidden Woods of Bloodborne. We have established that I am not incredibly smart or clever, and that is why, when I found this man hovering over a pile of corpses, I sent him to the chapel where all of the good and kind and decent NPCs that I saved were located. I could have sent him to Yosefka's clinic. Probably wouldn't have heard any more from him after that. But because I can't take a hint, I sent him to the chapel. And when I arrived, he had already killed my grandma. When you do approach the beggar, who is covered in blood, I still don't know how I can't just pick up on this stuff. Anyway, when you do talk to him, he's very happy and excited, and that must be because people are delicious. After attacking the beggar, he turns into a huge beast who will drop the beast rune if you manage to kill him, but it is quite a damn fight. He is one of the toughest enemies you'll fight up until this point of the game, so do what I do. Cheese the bitch. Number 8. Demon's Souls was my first From Software game, and it had a lot of nasty business that you had to contend with. The Valley of Defilement definitely comes to mind there. However, one thing that Demon's Souls did not have was a point in the game where you get almost halfway through your adventure, and then for some reason, when you go into this dark room, you open up a treasure chest to get your reward, and then it eats your face.
Interesting. The fuck is that?
There's something really sick and twisted about taking that moment of excitement over a new piece of loot and instead giving you one of the most horrifying and terrible creatures in all of Dark Souls. And of course, I have to acknowledge the trauma. After playing Dark Souls, none of us look at treasure chests the same way again. Number 7. Going back to Dark Souls, how about that time where you rolled up in a ball and you had the bird take you back to the asylum? Seeing as how this was the tutorial area, I really didn't expect those hollows with the torches to do so much damage and to kick my ass so much. But after getting used to them, I thought to myself, hey, it's not going to be that bad. And then I walked in the front door.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, there was no way to see that coming. And I think that's why this is one of the best troll moments in all of Dark Souls, because there was absolutely no hints letting you know that that floor was gonna fall out underneath you. Of course, when you're in the tutorial, if you look through that window in the Undead Asylum, you can actually see that other demon walking around in that room. Of course, you're probably not gonna be thinking about that when he is smashing the shit out of you with his increased attack damage and his extremely destructive AoE attack. Oh man, this is just such a classic moment. Things like this are why I love From Software. Number 6. You know, these games have all different kinds of bosses. Some are big, some are small, some are weak, some are strong, and some get help when you're trying to kill them. Just imagine that you were me in 2009 and you got to the second boss of Demon's Souls and you saw the awesome cutscene for the Tower Knight. He's one of the coolest bosses in the game. And then when the fight starts, you find out that there's a shitload of archers shooting at you from above. Like, what the crap, guys? Is this huge knight not enough? Another boss in Demon's Souls that has a little helper along is the Fool's Idol in the Tower of Latria. And if you don't go upstairs of the church and kill that little freaking nerd, he will actually revive her every time you kill her. That's some bullshit. In Dark Souls, they brought this concept back, but it's much more forgiving this time. This time you have a channeler that if you don't take him out before the fight with the Gaping Dragon, he will buff the dragon. However, it does not make the fight impossible, just a little bit harder. The last example I want to talk about is the One Reborn, or as I refer to him, the Shitty Tower Knight. This boss sucks. The last time I fought him, he was incredibly easy, but one really annoying thing about him is as soon as you get to his arena, you have to go up top. Not this time to take out archers, but to take out all the women who shoot fireballs at you and heal the boss. There's just something about a boss that needs help to beat you that just makes him kind of seem like a wuss. Oh yeah, and you know what? Capra Demon, you're one too. Number 5. Can you guess what my favorite game show of all time is? The $100,000 Pyramid? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Press your luck? No, idiot. It's Double Dare, of course. That's why my favorite level to play in Dark Souls is Sin's Fortress, because not only do you get to traverse a brutal obstacle course, you also get to answer trivia questions. Sin's Fortress is packed with peril.
I'm in danger!
And one of its most devastating traps is this elevator. So what happens with this elevator? Well, it goes up pretty quickly, and it momentarily stops at a doorway. And if you do not roll out that doorway the second you get there, you're gonna have a bad time. Upon inspection, you can actually see blood on the base of this elevator. And when I saw it, I just assumed it was set decoration. Because I'm an idiot. I don't know what's worse. The fact that they put such a devious trap in this level, or the fact that all the hints were there and I merely overlooked them. Either way, this thing is hilarious and awesome, and I would love to see more stuff like this in future From Software titles. Number 4. Let's talk about the Forbidden Woods, everyone's favorite level of Bloodborne, because it's so great. I mean, think about it. We get to get out of the city, we get to go get some nice, fresh country air, we get to explore nature. Oh, wow! Is Kevin freaking McAllister home alone in Bloodborne today? This thing is awesome. It makes me laugh every time, even if it's happening to me. But watching my friends get whacked by this thing is also very enjoyable. While a trap like this definitely would not make sense in Central Yarnum, it totally is logical in the Forbidden Woods. And I really like the fact that it's right at the beginning of the level, as if to say, you're not ready for these woods yet, bitch. Number 3. When I was just a wee lad, my very first video game was Super Mario Brothers. My second game was Duck Hunt. And after going through Anne Orlando, I know exactly what the ducks feel like. I'm just up there on the rooftops, running around, having a good old time, not hurting anybody, and then boom, Dragon Slayer arrow just knocks my ass right out of the sky. So let me elaborate on how trolly this part of the game really is. First of all, if the arrows hit you one time, even if you're blocking them, they're gonna knock you off of the roof. When you get across the railway that you run on, you're just on a narrow ledge on the side of the castle. If you go to the left, there's an archer you can deal with. Guess what? It's a dead end, so you still have to turn around and deal with the other guy. Now when you get to the other guy, he's gonna keep shooting you the whole time you're trying to get to him. If he hits you, even if he hits you with your shield, again, it's just gonna knock you off the side of the building. So you almost have to just get lucky or maybe roll through the arrows. When you get up to him, you're gonna have to fight him. Maybe if you get lucky, he'll swing at you and fall, but I don't know. It's really hard if you can't parry. And sometimes I feel like I only get past this spot by pure luck. Without a doubt, this is the most infuriating section of this level, and I'm 100% sure I have died to these archers more than I've died to the level boss. Number 2, another one of my favorite moments of From Software trolling comes when we get to the end of level 3-2 and we fight the Man-Eater boss. Now this boss is really tough because he's fast, he's strong, he can fly, And the boss arena is a very narrow bridge. Now I know some of you are going to say the man-eater boss isn't that hard, but picture again, Demon Souls, your first From Software game. Most of the bosses in the game aren't incredibly hard. The man-eater boss is quite a different situation. And when I got to the point where I was starting to actually get his health down, it was really intense and I was nervous. And then a second one shows up. Man, I really tell you, these are the moments that make From Software the freaking best. There is just no kind of intensity like that first time fighting the man-eater and just thinking that you've almost got him licked. And then the intensity ramps up so much more when that second one shows up. What a fantastic memory, and what a fantastic feeling of achievement when you finally beat this boss. Of course, I will wager that far more people had a similar experience in Dark Souls with the Gargoyle boss fight, and I can't blame you for feeling the same way. I think this is also a really excellent fight, and even though FromSoft does have some other situations where they have boss fights of this nature, I think these two are the best. Before getting to number one, and it's a good one, I have a couple of honorable mentions that I wanted to throw into the video. And the first one is Patches. Now, Patches is sort of a tradition in From Software games. Of course, with Demon Souls being my first From Software game, I had the experience of him lying to me, kicking me into a pit, and then when I confronted him, he later became a vendor. The funny thing is, this is a very similar experience for most instances of Patches. It is kind of ironic that From Software's biggest NPC troll does kind of look like one. Just look at that little goblin. For the purposes of this countdown, I am mostly referring to Patches in Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 and 3, and Bloodborne, in which he is a spider. Because Bloodborne.
If you really are that gullible. Then stay away from the Volcano Manor! Bye now!
Even though by now we're all familiar with Patch's tricks, that first time you have to encounter him can be quite shocking and definitely pretty trolly when he deliberately kicks you into an area where you have to get through several opponents just to get back to him. I would like to note that Patches is not the same in every single game. In Armored Core 6, he just kind of fights you for a little bit and then runs away like a bitch.
What? Let's not do anything hasty. You realize I lead the Vesper 7th Squad, which means I hold the purse strings. You're quick on the uptake, aren't you? Splendid. You're not like those savages. Keep up the good work.
And next, From Software likes to have these moments where you encounter a bridge where you fight a lot of enemies, and then all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, a much larger than usual amount of fire comes around to destroy you and everyone else too. Hell, Demon Souls has an entire level built on this concept, where you're dodging dragon fire the whole time you're crossing a wall and killing enemies. And in Dark Souls 1, who can forget going from Undead Burg to Parish and having to deal with that bridge, fighting hollows, and getting nuked by dragon fire. And then Miyazaki and company thought to themselves, but we're making this super badass game called Bloodborne. But there are no dragons in Bloodborne. How are we going to make this thing work? Well, luckily for them, they were really smart, and in Central Yharnam, there's a bridge with a whole bunch of assholes that you gotta kill, and they just roll a giant fireball down the thing. I think it's freaking hilarious that From Software has spots like this in their games where you're already fighting a huge mob of opponents, but then just in case they can't kill you, they just nuke the whole area like it's the end of Return of the Living Dead. And for the final honorable mention, I have a question. What could be more fun than going through a level in a From Software game? The answer? Going through an entire level in a From Software game while being shot at. One example of this comes to mind in that magical part of Dark Souls 3 where we get to flop around in the mud of Smoldering Lake, and the whole time we're down there we get targeted by a giant freaking ballista. This thing does tons of damage and it knocks you on your ass, and the only way to stop it is you have to go through the Dark Souls 3 demon ruins. Then you gotta climb the mountain, fight all the skeletons that are guarding the ballista, and then finally shut the damn thing down. And what is your reward for stopping the ballista? Now you get to explore Smoldering Lake. No thanks. The far superior version of this scenario is of course in Bloodborne when you go to Old Yarnum and Joro is up there on Sniper Tower raining fire down on you like a noob. Get down here and fight me, you freaking wuss! As a matter of fact, if you don't make peace with Joro, you can go up there and fight him. And my favorite thing about this guy is that he has a chance to just dodge right off the side of the tower and kill himself. And it is funny every single time. And it took me forever. Oh, he fell off the tower. He fell down. He's not dead, is he? Oh yeah, he is. I see his little item. Nice. I really think dealing with Juro and his minigun is a lot of fun. Whereas Smoldering Lake is tedious and annoying, going through Old Yarnum is pretty fun, and it really ramps up the intensity and the difficulty, and it makes you play a fun game of hide and seek. It's kind of trolly, but I kind of like it. And now, boys and girls, here we go. The #1 moment where From Software trolled us. Actually, to be clear, I do have 2 examples, but they're such similar moments that I wanted to talk about both of them on the list. And I know some of you guys, y'all were gonna give me shit if I didn't mention both of them, so I'm doing it. And the first scenario comes in Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, when you fight the Guardian Ape. Now this is an intense fight and he is one of the hardest bosses in the game. And if you can deal with his strong attacks and his doo-doo he throws at you, you will be able to win by grabbing the giant katana that is shoved in his neck and twisting it around until it completely decapitates the beast. And in an awesome moment of From Software badassery, text comes up on the screen that says Shinobi Execution. Hell yeah! Then the unthinkable happens. The son of a bitch gets up. He grabs the sword, which is no longer in his neck. He picks up his head, and then he starts chasing you and screaming and trying to kill you. That's metal as f***. It's so crazy that after defeating such a difficult boss, the game even tells you that he was executed. I mean, is it even possible to get more caught off guard than that? There is only one other moment I can think of that has to be the absolute trolliest, most coming out of left field to shock me moment in From Software gaming. We're gonna have to go to the ashes of Ariandel. When you get to fight Sister Frida, she is very tough. If you manage to take her down, Father Ariandel screams, throws a royal shit fit, and wakes her up with the power of anger and fire. And this is where the real fight starts. Now you have two bosses sharing a single health bar. Undead is just spreading fire all over the place and smashing you to pieces with his giant cereal bowl. And Sister Frida, she likes to heal him. She's pretty passive in this stage, but this is still one of the hardest fights in Dark Souls 3. After a long, hard-fought battle, you finally take them down, and you get your reward, a Titanite slab. Now that's what I'm talking about. Pat yourself on the back, Ashen One. You deserve it. And then, while Miyazaki and his co-workers are laughing their balls off, Father Ariandel's voice rings out in the arena to let you know that you are in big, big trouble. And then Black Flame Frida jumps up from the ground to make you poop in your pants and pay for your hubris. This moment is so freaking sadistic. It is just awesome. I mean, this game does everything to let you know that the boss fight is over and done. They even give you a reward. And then the third phase shows up and it is hard as crap. Oh man, this just hit me right out of nowhere. I have never felt so betrayed by a game in all my life.
Everybody betrayed me. I fed up with this world.
You know, if there's one thing that we can learn from the list, is that FromSoft has no qualms about shitting in your cornflakes. And I love them for it, because these kind of moments are the moments that really stick with you on your playthrough. And as Miyazaki said, his games are designed to give you hardships that you push through and achieve greatness by overcoming. And all of these moments are things that really make you a better player, in my opinion. And I love them for that. And now I want to take this opportunity to thank all of my wonderful and supportive channel members. Last Bulbasaur. All I Want for Ludmus is Wig. Theremin Electro. Ethan T. Telumrak. Guinea Piglet. You know, eventually I'm probably going to memorize all these and I won't even have to read the list anymore. Zach Gorecki. Tommy Sunshine. Fuzzy Love Panda X. M. Jean. Holy Corn God Form 1. Crispy. I0. J. Jarek Markland. Coffee and Computers. The Deficienist. And our newest channel member. Please welcome Thigh Pick Dealer. Good to have you. Whew, boy, that was a lot of fun. This video has been a video that I've really wanted to make for a while, and I just want to say that I know that the last video took kind of a while to get out, and I'm planning on making them being a lot more frequent. And again, I want to thank everybody for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up to see more stuff like this. Please comment if you have any opinions on this list, or maybe think of anything that I kind of left out and forgot about. Please share this video if you got a friend or somebody that you think might enjoy it. And don't forget to subscribe if you want to get notified when the next video goes up, because I'm already working on it. Love you guys. See you next time.
Be gone with you. You'll spoil my focus.
I wish I could do a parry, but parries don't work in any of these games. Yay, I got killed again. Yeah, I'm gonna see you later. I just got a thing I gotta do really quick. But hey, are you gonna wear those shorts? You know, the ones I really like. Oh, in the world of wrestling, a great gimmick can make your character, and it can ensure a successful and prosperous career. This also applies to bosses in video games, and From Software has created some of the best gimmick bosses I've ever seen. But you know what? Some of their gimmick bosses are so insulting that they might as well have put a piece of dog shit on the end of a fishing pole and dangled it around in your face with some epic music popping the fuck off in the background while they scream, "Ha ha ha! Aren't you impressed? I hope you can figure this one out." So whether we're talking about a fine concept that just could not stick the landing, or we're talking about a boss fight that was just crap from the get-go, they all have one thing in common. They suck. And this, dear viewer, is why I am driven, no, compelled, to bring to you the 10 worst gimmick bosses in From Software. That said, let's start with number 10. Now here's a boss that can be tedious even if you know how to tackle the gimmick. You have two choices ahead of you when the Ancient Wyvern appears at Archdragon Peak. For one, you can try to fight him normally, and boy oh boy, is it gonna take forever. He has an enormous health bar, and he has a lot of resistance to basically every status you can inflict on him. So if you've decided that you've had enough of this tomfoolery with the Ancient Wyvern, you can decide to take part in a very exciting gimmick indeed. You know how with the Elden Beast we all joke about him and how, you know, basically fighting the Elden Beast, it's like doing a run back because he's always running away from you and you're having to chase him down, and how he's a and how his mother's and how his dad loves to shove squirrels up his ass, and one time he actually up a radiator. Well, have I got a deal for you. That's right, friends. To kill the Ancient Wyvern, the gimmick is that you have to do an honest to Gwen run back. You get to climb ladders, you get to cross scaffolding, and you get to fight dangerous creatures, all so that you may get to the top of this area and do a plunging attack on the Wyvern's head, killing it in one hit. Wow. How epic. How exciting. The Ancient Wyvern is quite the disappointing boss fight. Instead of this epic battle against a winged beast of destruction, we get this stupid gimmick. And I'm not saying the Ancient Wyvern is the worst boss in From Software history, but if I'm gonna climb a construction site with the ultimate goal of getting to the top to take down a vicious, dangerous brute, I'm just saying there are better options out there. Number 9. Do you want to kill monsters with your own spit? You're gonna need a transposing kiln for that. And in order to get that transposing kiln, we're gonna have to fight one of the few bosses in Dark Souls 3 that really makes me say, a big stump with an absolutely legendary case of spooky genital warts. So, what kind of introduction do you think they chose for the curse-rotted Greatwood? Sometimes when you start a boss fight, there's a cool cutscene and it displays the immense power and great size of the enemy, sometimes even making you regret walking through that bog gate. Sometimes there is no cutscene and the boss just drops right down into frame, scaring the shit out of you. You know, the first time that Taurus demon popped down onto that bridge, you pooped your pants. So let's see which choice the development team on Dark Souls 3 decided to go with for the curse-rotted Greatwood. Oh, I see. They went with neither. Just look at that piece of shit. just sitting there in the corner going, well, I'm a tree. When you walk into the room, he doesn't even do anything. He just sits there and you gotta walk 500 miles just to get him to even react. And the first thing he does is he just goes ahead and drops a bunch of dudes on the ground to fight you. So he's also one of those wussy ass bosses that actually needs a bunch of helpers to take you down. He just spins around, pitches a fit, tries to stand up, but I guess he's too fat to do it. And then he falls down and goes boom, and then he pees his pants and makes a puddle all over the floor. The mechanic to this fight is that you have to hit those white bubbles or eggs or whatever they are on the tree, and that is how you are able to damage it. It is easier said than done because a lot of the time the tree will just kind of roll over and make it to where the weak point is virtually impossible for you to even hit. And if you hit the tree anywhere that is not one of these eggs, it does nothing. Once you finally damage the boss enough, the floor will fall out from under you and the tree will grow a big ol' spooky ghost arm out of its crotch. And this is kind of cool because it's an extra weak point that you can hit. Hooray! Woo, 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 woo. However, you have to be very careful because that liquid that comes out of the tree all over the ground, that pee, it's cursed pee. This fight is lame as hell and it really sucks ass waiting to get to those weak points to hit them. Next entry, number 8. This gimmick is the result of someone on the development team posing the question, what if we made a gank boss, but instead of them attacking you, they went invisible and then went back into the corner to go scratch their moldy old. If you come into this boss fight with insight, the witches of Hemwick will summon that creepy monster from Smiling Friends to come attack you, and in multiple copies. However, if you come into this boss fight with a few levels and an upgraded weapon, this is probably the most trivial boss fight in the entire game. Also, this gimmick was so shitty that they had to reuse it in Elden Ring. Way to go, you Number 7. When it comes to bosses who love to run away from you and constantly blast you with range attacks, From Software really has a boner for that shit. And I think the first one that I ever encountered that made me just ask, what the hell are you guys thinking? Was Dark Sun Gwendolyn. Literally, the only thing this guy does is shoot lasers at you and then run away. I mean, even the Moonlight Butterfly will eventually sit his ass down on that bridge. Even the Elden Beast will eventually stop running away from you. When I'm comparing the Elden Beast to you as a positive, your boss fight is ass. Dark Sun Gwendolyn has a cool visual style, and the arena is pretty neat and inventive. But the fight? Ass. Number 6. I have a question. Did you really think that a boss who hides in a cup is gonna fight normally? Exactly. Here we have another miserable with weak points that we must attack. When the fight begins, you'll notice that this bitch is bedazzled with the most amazing bracelets that Madonna would have never been caught dead wearing. These are the places that we must attack in order to take down High Lord Wolnir. Yes, you heard me correctly. In order to kill him, we must destroy his jewelry. Can you think of any other boss in history that if you break their jewelry, they just lay down and die? Try doing that shit to a piece of Lady Maria's jewelry. She'll probably take her sword and shove it up your ass sideways. One of the more annoying things about the fight against Wolnir is the fact that he is constantly moving his arms around, making it very hard for you to get to his bracelets. In fact, sometimes his right arm will be back so far that it's almost out of the arena, and if you try to go after it, you very much could die. All of this, as you may have guessed, makes it very hard to take out those bracelets, especially with a melee build. And if RNG is not on your side, Wolnir will summon little skeleton buddies to help piss you off while you're trying to fight him. Also, High Lord Wolnir has the ability to pull out a giant sword, which would give him enough range to reach pretty much anywhere within the arena. And as for the final nail in the coffin, High Lord Wolnir turns into that obnoxious prick in the department store who blows his vape smoke all over the place, and it can kill you rather quickly. But let's not lose sight of the forest for the trees. The main reason we are here talking about this gimmick boss is because of the fact that his stupid weak points can be very hard to hit because of him constantly moving his arms out of your way. What a neat looking boss. And what a stupid, lame ass fight. Number 5. For you poor unfortunate souls who have yet to experience the greatness of Demon Souls, your adventure begins with a brief but adequate tutorial which culminates in one of 2 scenarios. If you're a scrub like me, you most likely are going to get one-shotted by the Vanguard Demon, who is considerably less sexy than the Asylum Demon. However, the hardest of tryhards who are actually able to topple the tutorial boss get some upgrade materials, and they get to walk into an exclusive area, woo, and actually get to see the Dragon God. Remember this guy from the opening cutscene though? Remember how he looked like the most badass creature to ever exist, and he's probably going to be the final boss of the game, which will definitely end in the most epic, amazing battle ever. Right? After taking down the Flame Lurker at the end of World 2-2, we get to cross the threshold into level 2-3, and we are greeted by a stealth level. And if that doesn't get your nipples hard enough to cut glass, I bet this little nugget of information will. If the Dragon God sees you and manages to actually hit you, it's a one-shot kill. Once you have fired both of the ballistae at the Dragon God, it is a very simple matter of just going down some stairs and whacking old DG right in his goatee. I find it a little interesting and unexpected that this giant demonic dragon monster gets knocked basically helpless from 2 tiny ballista shots. It kind of reminds me of some of the Elder Dragon fights in the Monster Hunter series where you fire ballista and cannons and all kinds of shit and it does not take them down. What I am trying to say is, as cool looking as the Dragon God is, especially in that opening cutscene of Demon Souls, basically every Monster Hunter Elder Dragon makes him look like a little bitch. With that all being said, I think that the middle of the list is a good spot for the Dragon God, because if you know what to do, he's an absolute joke. But if you don't know what to do, this can be one of the most freaking maddening, God, it can just be one of the most frustrating parts in the entire game. Dragon God. What a disappointing piece of shit. Number 4. So, I actually just found out that bacon jam is a thing. That's right. You can actually get spreadable bacon jelly and you can spread it on your toast. Pretty weird, huh? But if you want to try really going outside the box and smear shit all over your toast, you can just take a little trip on down to New Londo Ruins and fight the 4 Kings. This boss is masterfully created as one of the most annoying and tedious and least looked forward to moments in the original Dark Souls. It says 4 Kings, and you just know things are about to get stupid when you walk in the room and there's only one guy there. Now, before I get started with this boss fight and why it is such garbage, it actually just occurred to me there are actually 2 gimmicks at play when you fight the 4 kings. So, technically, one of the gimmicks is actually just related to the area, but because I can't think of a better time to talk about it, I'm going to go ahead and speak on this right now. In the original Dark Souls, for some reason, we're only able to wear 2 rings, and you have to use 1 ring just to be able to exist in the abyss without just falling into the dark nothingness. Lame! Okay, now that I've gotten that out of my system, let's talk about this boss. I would like to start to talk about the 4 kings by mentioning the positives, and that is the excellent presentation and design of the boss. I think this guy is really creepy looking, and I love the fact that they're like so tall that they just kind of stand up out of the abyss so you can't even see where their feet are. I just think it's a little creepy. Okay, basically everything else about this boss, I hate. So first of all, this boss has one of the biggest health bars in the game. And unlike the Bell Gargoyles, which triggers the appearance of a second opponent once the health bar of the first gets to about 50%, that's not how things work down here in the abyss. In the abyss, if you don't manage to take out the first king within the first 45 seconds of the boss fight, another one appears. And 45 seconds later, another one appears. And then another. In fact, they can keep appearing if you don't take any of them out. Up until the point where you have to deal with 5 at the same time, but I can guarantee you, you're probably going to be dead before 5 kings show up. 5 kings? So wait a minute, what the f? So you get down there and there's 1 king, so that's stupid. But then if you keep alive long enough, there'll be 5? So it's basically anything but 4 kings is what you're going to be dealing with. Alright, when it comes to combat, the 4 kings have a melee attack which has some pretty stupid range, which it can be pretty aggravating. But the real bullshit sandwich that they make you eat down here in the abyss is the projectile attack. Because when the 4 kings fire their big, crazy Ultraman laser thing at you, it's really hard to tell like where it's at in relation to you. Also, these projectiles seem to be basically heat-seeking because they're freaking hard to dodge. The 4 Kings is one of the most annoying bosses in the game, and a lot of the times I just get frustrated with it and I put on Havel's armor and get the biggest weapon I can and just whack them and just keep chugging Astus and healing through the damage. And you know, it's like it's not fun. I just want to get through it. Oh yeah, and they also cry like a bitch when you kill them. Punk asses. Number 3. After the final pulse-pounding moments of Armored Core 6's Chapter 3, you would think that the beginning of Chapter 4 would be a little less intense and hectic. Go ahead. Take it away, crestfallen warrior. The first mission of Chapter 4 is a super swell time. Because not only are we going to do some platforming, we're going to do some puzzle platforming. Yeah. Yeah. So what is the puzzle, you ask? Well, that's very simple, and I'm going to explain it to you now. We must make it all the way to the bottom of this huge, massive chasm without receiving a laser enema from the AB-08 Nepenthes. I see you smirking, okay? And this ain't no joke. You stick so much as one ball hair over the side of that platform, and there are 6 laser cannons targeting your ass. Oh, and because that's not enough, there's also an array of missile launchers. From software, you know what I like. I would compare it to going down the Great Hollow, but having Shin Godzilla at the bottom blasting you the entire way down. I died quite a few times trying to complete this mission, and just to be sure that they didn't make the game too easy for us, From Software also added some smaller units with some very strong weaponry with some very good range, just to make sure that we were completely on edge all the way down. Luckily, once you make it to the bottom of the chamber, the AB-08 Nepenthes is pretty easy to destroy without much pushback. The boss can still fire missiles at you, but just leisurely circling the boss makes it almost impossible for you to get hit. It's kind of funny now that I think about it. Going through an entire level of hell just to get to a helpless boss at the end, it reminds me of a boss from an earlier game. And if you're not sure which one I'm talking about yet, you just stay tuned. Number 2. And what an exciting gimmick we have for the number 2 spot. Dicko Lash, host of the Nightmare, is a From Software boss like no other. While FromSoft has bosses that tend to run away from you, Miko Lash will run away from you and run away from you and continue to run away from you until you finally figure out his gimmick and manage to corner him. It should be said that there are going to be spooky puppets all through the level while you're chasing him up and down the stairs, and he is going to be talking crazy shit at you the whole way through. Once you do manage to corner Miko Lash, you want to make sure that you take out all the puppets that are in the room with him, and yes, this does make him another boss in From Software who needs a support team because he is a bitch. The good news is that once you take out his little puppet helpers, Miko Lash really is not that bad. All he tends to do is spam the Augur of Abritus, and he goes down without too much trouble. But what's this? You take him down to half health, and he just falls over and disappears and starts laughing. Well, now we have entered Phase 2 of the Miko Lash fight, and if you thought Phase 1 was annoying, it's about to get so much worse. In the second phase of the boss fight, Miko Lash goes a long ways away, and you have to go through a much larger area. There are also tougher enemies to fight. And to add insult to injury, Miko Lash will actually stop at the base of an area that is overlooked by a balcony just to tease the shit out of you, so that when you jump down to try to take him on, he just continues to run away, because of course he does. Like the Dragon God boss fight, Miko Lash is another boss where if you don't know what to do, this boss fight can feel just impossible. However, the difference between Miko Lash and Dragon God is that when you know how to beat the Dragon God, he's very easy and really isn't that much trouble. Miko Lash, like I said, is a penis face, and he has a new spell he's going to use in the second phase called a Call Beyond. And a Call Beyond 100% has the ability to one-shot your ass. So just imagine, you went through all this bullcrap and you finally figured out how to corner him, you took his health down, then you got to him and cornered him a second time, only to be one-shot the second you walked into the room. It's no waterfowl dance, but I will say that as far as Bloodborne goes, it's the most bullshit move. I really can't blame you for cheesing this guy. He's so annoying and frustrating, and he's just not fun. The idea of getting one shot after going through all that work, it's infuriating. I think the idea of going inside somebody's nightmare is freaking awesome. Miko Lash is one of the last bosses you fight in Bloodborne in the main story mode, and personally, I think it was kind of a letdown, because when I think of being in somebody's nightmare, of course, I'm immediately going to start thinking about Freddy Krueger and all the crazy, messed up scenarios being in a dream can facilitate. And unfortunately, Instead of experiencing the weird craziness of the Freddy sequels, we just got the boiler room. This could have been the best boss fight in the game. Hell, it may have been able to be the best boss fight in all of FromSoft if they got creative enough with this whole nightmare concept. But instead, it boils down to chasing the literal personification of a used panty liner up a staircase. And the number one worst gimmick boss fight in From Software history is not a surprise to a single soul. By far, the absolute worst boss that From Software has ever created is 100% due to the hideous, disgusting gimmick that permeates this entire battle, just like the smell of cat piss permeates the air of a small room. The gimmick to the Bed of Chaos is that you must make it to both sides of the arena, break some sticks, and then destroy the weak point that is hidden behind said sticks. The fight is complete when you make it to the center of the arena and destroy the boss, which is hidden behind a protective barrier that has now disappeared after taking out the 2 weak points. So those of you Dark Souls virgins out there are probably going to ask me, well, if all you have to do is make it to 2 sides of the room, then what is the obstacle that is stopping you from doing this? And it's very simple. In fact, I only really have one word for it. It's shit. Mountains upon mountains upon mountains of shit, actually. Shit so high that birds can't even make it up there. If Frodo had to throw the ring into Mount Doom and it was up as high as this shit was, Gandalf and the Eagles could never make it up there to save him. They all would have passed out from being so high up in the stratosphere. We're going to have to run, jump, and roll to evade giant tree limbs that basically are going to keep swiping at you until you're dead. Okay, so at first, the Bed of Chaos boss is not actually that aggressive, and you should be able to make it to the first weak point and destroy it without too much trouble. However, after destroying the first weak point, we get a little cutscene, and this is the point where the tree... I'm sorry, I just gotta take a minute and ask, what is the deal with shitty tree bosses in From Software games? I mean, you know, in real life, I'm actually a huge fan of trees, but man, when it comes to From Software games, I gotta say it, trees. In fact, I'd like to take this moment to announce that I am gonna be starting a Kickstarter to start opening up paper mills inside of Lordran, inside of Drangleic, inside of the lands between, anywhere where there's trees, we're gonna grind them bitches up and turn them into toilet paper so that they can wipe our asses. So after taking out 1 weak point, this tree grows these like extra fire branches out of the top of it, and then it grows one really long like a fire scythe tree branch. Do you see how stupid this sounds just describing it? So now we have the 2 big branches swiping at us. We have a giant fire scythe branch swiping at us. And because that's not enough, now the ground is going to start falling out under our feet. So the branches are going to swipe at us, and now instead of doing damage, they could just knock us into a bottomless pit for an instant kill. It's radical, dude! If you thought your sluggish-ass Dark Souls character was bad at running and jumping, wait till you see what happens when you're trying to make it across a giant room full of pits when there's arms just coming out of nowhere, just sweeping your ass into oblivion over and over. And I seriously lost track of how many times I died. So the question remains, how is one actually supposed to succeed in the battle against the Bed of Chaos? There are 2 factors that are going to be at play here. One is the fact that the developers knew that this was like prime hot garbage material. So, for the first time, and I believe the only time in From Software history, they created a checkpoint system in the boss fight. The other prime factor that is going to ensure your victory, possibly, is going to be our good old buddy RNG. I'm just going to say this now. RNG is not always going to be your friend. So there's a good chance that you're going to have to do this run back so many times, and it is really long and it is really boring. So just put on some soothing music, maybe some, like, I don't know, some Aaron Neville or something like that. Maybe get a little cup of tea, maybe some English breakfast would be good, and just try to relax, because this is going to be the most infuriating, horrible, agonizing part of the entire game. So once you do manage to get the other weak point taken out, now you're going to have to go up the middle, and you're going to have to drop down onto a route and make your way into the center and actually attack the Witch of Izalith, who is in the center of the room. And this is really hard to do because, as I've said before, the platforming in this game is dog shit. So after minutes of fighting this boss turned to hours, which turned to days, which turned to weeks, which turned to months, which turned to years of your life running back over and over to this boss. What are you finally confronted with when you finally manage to succeed and get to the center of the bed of chaos? You are confronted with a bug. A bug. One who spams Firestorm at you, and while I have never died myself from Firestorm, I kind of feel like the game is just raising its middle finger at me for finally beating it. This ends the most awful, tedious, annoying, disgusting, aggravating, hideous, maddening part of the game. And now we can go on to enjoy the rest of Dark Souls. The result of rushed development and conflicting ideas failing to reach a common goal. The Bed of Chaos is the vomit-stained flag on the ship that is the notorious second half of Dark Souls. Here's hoping that Miyazaki and company never produce a boss like this again. So what have we learned from these bosses today? Well, I will say, for one, we have learned that gimmick bosses are not always fun and they are not always cute. A poorly thought out gimmick boss can cause irreparable damage and destroy lives. If you or someone you know has been negatively affected by a terrible gimmick boss, please join our Discord. Link is in the description. We have members hard at work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to provide care and assistance for you. Together, we can make a difference.
Stop making me look like an asshole from Soft. You guys are capable of so much more than this. These bosses make me wanna uninstall. And Mikolash drinks his own piss. Well, I think that was a ton of fun, guys, and I hope you enjoyed the video as much as I enjoyed making it. What do you do when they're trying to give you a laser in a mug?
You know what? Forget this. I'm out of here.
Popping genital warts on a tree, it really ain't no fun. Stop making me look like an asshole from Saw. You guys are capable of so much more than this. These bosses make me wanna uninstall. And Mikolash drinks his own piss.
A hunter must hunt.
Or on the stream, I should say. Like J.K. Leeds got on the stream earlier, and he said he's a fan of the channel. Oh, I got cursed. Fuck you, Dark Souls.
Hello, it's me again. You know, one of the defining characteristics of the FromSoft gaming library is obscurity. This can pertain to finding a secret, how to defeat a specific boss, how to make your way through the level, or even the basic mechanics of the game. But there are those moments which cause all players, myself included, to throw their hands up in disgust and exclaim loudly, "How the hell could anybody figure this out? Ever? Damn it." The observant and seasoned viewer will notice that I am indeed hanging out here in the Undead Crypt. Now, you might ask, Trey, what are you doing in the Undead Crypt, you silly man? Well, here's the answer. I thought that this would be the most appropriate place to count down my top 10 picks for the most, you ready for this? Cryptic moments in From Software. I am a comedy genius. For all of you guys, by the way, in my comment section that say that you don't think I'm funny, who looks stupid now? One last thing before beginning with the countdown, let it be known that I'm going to be discussing each entry on this list, barring the use of player messages, message boards, and also just any kind of other communication with other players to better truly illustrate how inscrutable all of this crap is. Number 10. You know, if there's one thing that you're going to learn about elevators in From Software games, it is the fact that there's sometimes more than one stop. A good example of this is the elevator that you take from Firelink Shrine up to the Undead Parish, in which you can roll off to a little hidden area and grab a lot of items. Now, one of these items actually happens to be a key that says it goes to a door in the Northern Undead Asylum. If you take this key and then go back up the elevator a second time and then roll off, you can get on a staircase that will lead you up to the Crow's Nest in Firelink Shrine. And if you were clairvoyant enough to figure all this out, you can sit down in the nest and there will be a prompt that says curl up into a ball. Naturally, this does nothing. However, if you sit there long enough, the crow will actually pick you up and take you back to
the asylum.
Which for me is fantastic because I'm pretty sure I left my collection of James Van Der Beek films back in the old asylum. Now I think that this is going to be low on the list for the main reason that you could kind of figure this out if you're just really, really explorative and you just keep trying everything. It is possible. However, for myself, I'm going to say this is one of the most cryptic moments in Dark Souls because I probably never would have found it. You guys, I hate to admit it, but sometimes I can be a little lazy. Number 9, the Artorias of the Abyss DLC is some of the best content in all of Dark Souls. And it happens to have one of the best bosses in Dark Souls. And of course, I am talking about Black Dragon Calamite, one of the nastiest little suckers that was ever hatched from Miyazaki's foot-shaped incubator that lies housed deep within a poop-filled poison swamp. Now, Calamite jump scares the crap out of you at the beginning of the level, but if you make it to this open area, he will proceed to fly overhead and will roast your tuchus. Now that's fancy talk for butt. However, if you're like me and you're already hot enough, you can actually just walk over to this cliff edge to make him appear. The only problem is Calamite refuses to touch down. All you can really do is just watch him fly around or go to the bottom and get roasted like a marshmallow, and there doesn't seem to be any other options here. But praise the sun, party people, because there is in fact one locked door in Ulasil that if you go through it, you get to enter a tower to meet Goff, a legendary bro. If you talk to Goff before Calamite appears, he will warn you that the dragon is quite a badass and that you probably are not on his level. However,
if you see Calamite and then you go talk to Goff and you tell him that bitch is going down, bro mode activates and Goff helps you out in a big way by freaking no-scoping that bitch right out of the air, knocking his cloaca in the dirt. Dude, Goff is such a freaking badass. If I could buy this man a beer and a lap dance, I would. Oh wait, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, aren't I? Because we don't know how to open the door yet, do we? Well, naturally you're gonna need a key. Well, the problem is here, I tried to use common sense and logic, and I said, well, surely the key must be somewhere near this door. And that was about the time that Miyazaki floated in my window and whispered in my ear, "Hey, stupid, you know I directed this game, right? It's not gonna be that simple. Also, show me your feet." And you know what? Even after I showed him my feet, he didn't tell me where the hell that key was. So, where do you think the key is? If you guessed that it's very far away, you are correct. However, you're probably not gonna guess much better than that. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now. The key is located deep, and I mean shoulder deep, within the land of the meatball pube heads. That's right, the Ulasil Township. Now, if you've ever been to Ulasil, you know that these guys hit really hard, so I can't blame you for not hanging around to search every square centimeter of the area. But that's exactly what you're gonna have to do if you wanna find this key. Since the odds of you just finding it by accident are about as good as the odds of Priscilla not being able to give a good foot job, I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you where the key is located. The first step is you have to make it over to this area, and while it does look like it's totally inaccessible, if you roll, you can actually make it over there. Now this is the most, I would say, complicated and cryptic part of the whole process, is finding this little ledge and realizing that you can roll to get onto it. And once you get there, you're probably gonna make a beeline for that treasure chest to see what's inside. And you're gonna be so excited that you forget to check it, and it turns out that it's a mimic. It eats your face. Now you're dead, and you're gonna have to run all the way back. I love it. When you retrieve the key from the mimic, it is simply called the crest key, and the item description does not tell you dick. So the final step in this puzzle is basically trying to remember where that locked door was, and then once you use it, you're in, baby. This little side quest is pretty rewarding because you get to enjoy one of the best boss fights in all of Dark Souls. However, I find it a little cryptic, and I don't think I would have found this by myself. You know, Miyazaki, next time I show you my feet, can't you just help me? Number 8. Do you have a burning desire to become one who is a maker of mounds? Well, if the answer is yes, simply follow these simple steps. Once you make it to the Undead settlement, you're going to want to poke your little ashen nose into every little nook and cranny until you find this path that is virtually invisible until you're standing on it in true From Software fashion. Now, when you go around here, you're gonna wanna make sure that you take out all those little thrall assholes, because if you don't kill them, they're gonna kill you. And finally, you're gonna wanna locate this giant scary dude that has a cage on his back. Now, you're gonna have to resist every urge to run away and hide or attack him, because you need this dude to join the Mound Makers. So what you wanna do is slowly approach him, and once you get to the cage, there will be a prompt. Once you've done this, a cutscene will take place, and then you will end up down in this pit, which happens to be the area where you fight the second phase of the Curse-Rotted Greatwood. The best boss ever! Now, there is a catch to doing this. You are actually not allowed to join the Mound Maker's Covenant if you have already killed the Curse-Rotted Greatwood before you enter the cage. Hurrah for despair! This is a really cryptic way of joining a covenant, considering how simple many other covenants are to join. I do want to address that there is a guy in a cage who gives you sort of a hint about getting in a cage, but I'm gonna say that's a bit of a stretch to call that much of a hint. Fortunately, if you do still want to join the Mound Makers and the curse-rotted herpes stump is deceased, there is a way around this. However, it is far more convoluted. And I know, everyone's asking me, Trey, how do I do it? I gotta be a Mound Maker, man. Here's what you gotta do. You remember that classic moment when you enter Irithyll of the Boreal Valley and you start crossing the bridge into the city and that giant spooky rat dog thing shows up? Okay, well, you don't actually have to fight him, but what you do have to do is you have to go through that crazy looking fog and light the central Irithyll bonfire. Once you reload the area, you can turn around and there will be a summon sign for Cirrus of the Sunless Realms. And if you click on this summon sign, you will go into her world and help her fight this miserable bastard named Creighton. Now, Creighton is quite a tanky fellow. However, I have discovered his weakness. It's the bonk. Now keep in mind that you can't even start doing this process unless you are in the quest line of Cirrus of the Sunless Realms. But that's a whole nother can of worms that I'm not gonna get into right now in the middle of this. Moving on. Once you have killed Aldrich, you can go in front of the entrance to the curse-rotted Greatwood boss room, and there will be a summon sign for Cirrus of the Sunless Realms again. And this time, you will go into her world to fight Hodrick, down in the pit, who just happens to be her grandpappy. However, I recently discovered that there is one more kink in this hose, and that is the fact that before that summon sign appears, you have to go to Firelink Shrine, you have to talk to the Shrine Maiden, and there's a special budding green blossom that she sells for 10 souls, and you have to buy this to make the summon sign appear. I want to clarify this because I read online that this is not necessary. However, I tested it out while I was writing this fucking script. And I went there without buying the blossom. There was no summon sign on the ground. Crap. I went back to Firelink Shrine, bought the blossom, and then it appeared. So there you go. Definitive proof. And I'll say, this is already a really convoluted way to join this covenant. But that last step of having to buy that specific item from that specific merchant to do the last step, that's freaking crazy. I do tend to put myself through all of this bullshit when I play Dark Souls 3 though, because I really like the Mound Maker's Covenant. I think it's really cool. I like the fact that you can put down a fancy looking purple summon sign, and then when you get summoned, you can help or you can fight. It's kind of nice to have that option, right? And best of all, while you are a member of the Mound Makers, you get an awesome looking purple phantom. Number 7. One of the greatest levels in Bloodborne happens to be Forsaken Castle Cainhurst. And one of the greatest bosses happens to be at the end of this level. But, as my friend Boromir once said, one does not simply walk up to Cainhurst because it is a secret level. Of course it is. And again, this is one of those instances in the From Software gaming library where I am completely blown away at the balls on these guys to create an awesome level that many people will never even see. So how does one make it to Forsaken Castle Cainhurst? Well, it's pretty convoluted. The first step is that you have to make it to Yosefka's clinic. And Yosefka's clinic is located by finding a hidden path in the Forbidden Woods, the most confusing level in the game. Nice. Here in Yosefka's clinic, you will find a sheet of paper called the Cainhurst Summons, which is basically a note that says, "Come on down, y'all, and party with us in Snowtown." It's really incredible how hard this puzzle is to figure out because the summons even has a hint on it. It says the stagecoach leaves at Hemwick Crossing. I think most people would probably deduce that this implies that you probably need to be somewhere near Hemwick Charnel Lane to find the stagecoach. But if you want anything more specific than that, you get to eat shit. So if you're lucky enough to be holding the summons and while you're rolling around dodging the giant man with the axe, it's possible on some sort of level that you may accidentally roll into this giant monolith that you probably didn't even notice. Once the cutscene triggers, the fairy godmother of Bloodborne sends her carriage to get you. And then you are whisked away to a wondrous land of snow and gargoyles that eat your face and ghosts that scream at you. What a magical place. Making your way to Castle Canehurst is one of those cryptic moments that I never would have found out on my own. I think the chances of you holding the Canehurst summons and getting close enough to that monolith to trigger the cutscene are slim at best. This is definitely one of those moments though that reminds me of the old 90s point and click adventure games, which require you to rub your character on everything you see. Number 6. Hey guys, why don't we talk about Dark Souls 2 for a minute? Hey, now. Come on, listen, calm down everybody, shut up. Look, it's gonna be fine, okay? Well, not really. Your first foray into Dark Souls 2 is gonna be quite the experience, and even more so if you're playing Scholar of the First Shit. Now, this game is already harder than I am when I am in the presence of a fully upgraded Ultra Greatsword. So can somebody explain to me why in the hell did they have to make the fight with Mytha the Baneful Queen so ridiculously infuriating? The funny thing about Mytha the Baneful Queen is she's not actually that difficult when we're talking about her moveset and her special abilities. Malenia, she is not. The problem with this boss fight is the fact that the arena where you fight Mytha takes place inside of her poison hot tub, which means while you're fighting her, you're gonna have to be using anti-poison items and you're gonna have to be constantly healing yourself. And let's not forget, in Dark Souls 2, you can make it through an entire screening of Lawrence of Arabia in the time it takes you to take a swig of Estus. Oh yeah, and one more thing. The poison heals Mytha. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Tiny Mora. The fact that the poison also heals Mytha is great because it makes the fight take way longer because, you know, we want to take our time savoring that poison. You could say that the situation is not ideal. However, there is good news. There is a solution to this problem, and it makes the boss fight much easier. The bad news is, it requires some of the most idiotic, illogical bullshit that nobody would ever think to do. High five! I just want to offer a quick disclaimer. If at any point during this segment of the video that your brain starts to hurt because the logic center of your mind feels like it's being ripped apart from the inside, just close your eyes, take a deep breath, and just tell yourself, we're talking about Dark Souls 2 here. Just keep that in your mind. Okay, now stay with me. What we have to do is, I'm serious, we have to go to the bonfire that is located before we fight Mytha. And we have to pull out our torch and light it on this bonfire. Then we have to walk over to this ledge that doesn't look like you can walk out on it. And then we have to use the torch to light the metal windmill on fire. Yes! I am not bullshitting you. Oh, what? You didn't know that you could light a giant piece of metal on fire with a torch? I tell you what, while we're all recovering from the insane lapse in logic here, why don't we go ahead and think about how cryptic this puzzle really is? First of all, it doesn't even look like you can walk onto the ledge where the windmill that you light is located. Second of all, this is quite a distance away from the boss room. So what makes you think that there would be something way over here that would drain the poison? Or what's an even better question, what makes you think that you could drain the poison? Nothing. Nothing, that's what. And let's not forget, the prompt to light the windmill only shows up if you're holding a lit torch and you're standing right on that perfect spot. I'd say the odds of you somehow accidentally figuring out how to solve this puzzle are astronomical. Now don't get me wrong, I love puzzles in video games. I think they add a lot of depth and they're a lot of fun. But when it's a puzzle this absolutely inscrutable and it's affecting one of the hardest situations you're gonna run into in the entire game that is smack dab in the center of the main quest line, you're gonna have a bad time. This ridiculous lava pool situation with Mytha just seems like a good spot for a player to run into an absolute wall and not be able to complete Dark Souls 2. This feels like some legendary trolling on the development team's part. And so continues my love-hate relationship with Dark Souls 2. But let's not kid ourselves, it's mostly hate. Number 5. Now, let's take a look at all the steps that are required to reach Archdragon Peak. The first step you're required to do is you have to destroy the Dancer of the Boreal Valley and that sweet ass. But we do not have time to mourn that delicious booty because we gotta get down to the consumed King's Garden and fight just a great dragon boss, really. After Osiris kicks the bucket, we follow this path and we locate a gesture called the Path of the Dragon next to this broken bird bath. Just a quick side note, is it just me or is it strange to pick up a gesture as an item on the ground? I mean, I get it when you learn it from an NPC, but physically picking up a gesture as an item? That's weird. But I digress. The next step in this cryptic casserole is we have to make it to everyone's favorite level in Dark Souls 3, Discount Tower of Latria. Oh yeah! If you manage to find this little tucked away spot, you will notice several blankets on the ground. One blanket will have a knight doing the curl up gesture, and another one will have a man-sized dragon man doing that Path of the Dragon gesture. There's really no way of knowing that you're supposed to do this, but if you do the Path of the Dragon gesture, sitting on the empty blanket, your character will pass out and wake up in the throat of the world. I mean Archdragon Peak. Once you know how to get to Archdragon Peak, I think the whole situation makes logical sense. You see a little dragon guy, he's doing an emote, and if you do that, it takes you to the dragon place. However, if you don't even know that Archdragon Peak exists, then why in the fuck would you unprompted do an emote on this specific area on the ground? Let's not forget, you have to use an emote that you found nowhere near this area. This is one of the most cryptic puzzles I've ever seen in a video game. Nobody ever figured this out on their own. If you say you did, you're a liar and your breath stank. Number 4, Dark Souls is the first From Software game that I ever played that actually had DLC. And you know, if it wasn't for the internet, I would have never figured out how to do the DLC and make it to Ulasil, thus missing out on the best damn bosses in the game. Come on, damn it! What the hell is y'all's problem? Don't you want us to play the game? Screw it, let's take it from the top. First of all, you're gonna need the Lord Vessel before you even begin. You're gonna have to go down to Darkroot Basin, you're gonna have to kill the Hydra. Then you've gotta go all the way to the back of that little pond, and you're gonna have to reload the game, which creates a nice little piss-colored golem for you to fight. This piss golem is going to be quite hostile, so why don't you just smack that bitch up, and then you get to claim your reward of Lady. Now chat Princess Peach up for a few minutes, and then you need to take your ass to the Duke's Archives. Once you take the elevator in the archives, you're going to need to kill that blue golem, and he's going to drop the broken pendant, which now you need to pick up and go all the way to Darkroot Basin. That's right, you get to go all the way back to the end of the pond again. This time you reach the back of the pond. Since you're holding the broken pendant, the creepy fart cloud of Manus will hang out in the air, and once you get close enough to it, you can activate it, and Manus's big spooky eyeball hand will grab you and whisk you away to the merry old land of Ulasil. Where do I begin with this one? Well, I can tell you, if you fought the Hydra and killed it, and you went to the back of the pond and didn't find anything, I can't imagine what would possess you to ever want to come back. You would maybe, I don't know, let's say that somehow you forgot that you went back there. And you do go back after the level reloads, and that causes the yellow golem to show up, and then you can rescue Dusk. Granted, the situation is highly unlikely, but let's just go with it. Okay, we have one more ridiculous leap in logic. When you look at the broken pendant, if you read the description, it does say something about Ulasil. Now, if you do think about this, you'll connect it with Dusk of Ulasil, right? But what's it gonna make you do? It's gonna make you probably go over to the bank where her summon sign is at, right? Yes, that would be very logical, but no. You have to go all the way back to the back of the fucking pond a third time. Congratulations, you are insane for doing this, but this is exactly what you have to do. I think it's pretty damn far-fetched to imagine that anybody would return to the same area 3 different times, especially after they found a secret on the second time. This junk is just batshit, man. Nobody would ever figure this out. I paid for the DLC, you butt faces. Just let me play it. Number 3. It is my opinion that no list of cryptic From Software moments is complete without discussing this one from Dark Souls 3. As you can see, we are here inside of the beautiful Ringed City, probably the most badass DLC that From Software has ever crafted. Now bear in mind, this video was written and recorded before Shadow of the Erdtree released, so hopefully that's gonna change. But let's stay on task, because I'm here to talk to you about the most cryptic puzzle in Dark Souls 3, which happens to be this wall, which has the most devious words ever uttered by a wall. Show your humanity. As you may have guessed, the extremely nimble and savvy brain of yours truly deduced that this must be a puzzle. However, that is, that's actually as far as I got. Because this puzzle is a dump truck load of motherfucking bullshit, and it can kiss my ashen cock. Come on, you guys, why you gotta do this to me? Dark Souls 3 is in my top 4 favorite Souls games. I told people to buy Dark Souls, even though it had the bed of chaos. I told people to buy Demon Souls, even if it had the Dragon God in it. And this is the thanks I get. Allow me to explain. There is no way that my ass, or your ass, or any ass, in the whole multiverse of ass, that somebody could figure out what it is you're supposed to do to appease this sick, twisted wall who likes to tell you commands that you will never understand how to do. I mean, you know, let's be fair. If you're like me, you probably read the message and you said, show your humanity. Okay. So we got to do something with humanity. Well, that's easy. We figured it out, you guys. Isn't that great? And then you remembered, oh yeah, humanities aren't in Dark Souls 3. And this really is the place where I hit a wall with the puzzle, figuratively and literally, and decided, F this, I'm done walking away from the situation. let's just continue our adventures in the Dark Souls universe. And you know, we're in the Ring City, so we're probably gonna get invaded up the ass because it's a great place for that. And we'll all live happily ever after, not ever knowing what the hell this stupid wall wants from us. Is it even fair to call this a puzzle? I don't really think it is. Let's just go ahead and talk about what you have to do here. The game wants you to turn into a humanity sprite. This is so ridiculous. Okay, so you know that if you're gonna turn into something, you have to use the chameleon spell or you have to use a white branch. The thing is, if you use either of these in the room where the wall is, you're not going to turn into a humanity sprite. In fact, you're probably thinking that if you use either of these things, you're only gonna turn into something that is in that area. And as we all know and have stated, there are no humanity sprites anywhere in Dark Souls 3. You know, the only thing you could do is just go everywhere in the level and see where transforming would do this. And you have to leave the room, you have to go down into the swamp. And if you transform out in the swamp, you will turn into a humanity sprite. And then you have to come all the way back up where the wall is, and the ladder will drop down, allowing you entrance to a secret area. I swear, dude, this show your humanity crap is beyond insane. Nobody is gonna form a logical thread that leads you to go out in the swamp. Wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Let's just think about this for a second. This is a Miyazaki directed game, and the solution to one of the most cryptic puzzles that they've ever made is swamp. Swamp is the answer. It's a From Software game. Of course swamp is the freaking answer. God, it's so obvious now. You know what? I've changed my mind. It's off the list. Number 2, Bloodborne has some of the most cryptic things that I've ever seen. And I would have had to play through the game numerous times if I didn't have any help to discover most of its hidden secrets. However, what I'm about to talk about here is the most cryptic thing in the entire game, and one of the most obtuse moments in the entire From Software oeuvre. That's right. That's a French word. That's how you know I'm serious. For starters, we're in the Nightmare Frontier, so we're gonna be worried about getting Frenzy from the Winter Lanterns the whole time. That's great. Unfortunately, it's not gonna get much better from here. What we have to do is go to the middle lamp of Murgo's Loft, and we have to get in the elevator and utilize that most excellent of From Software tropes and get off halfway down. However, this elevator secret is unique in From Software games because this one involves a tiny doorway that you can barely make it through, and if you're not lined up completely perfectly, you're gonna fall to your death. And then you gotta run back, pull the switch, and wait for the elevator to come all the way up all over again. Great! Did I mention that this is the first step in the entire process? I love this shit. Once we finally make it down here, we're gonna have to run past the Winter Lanterns, which I totally love and are not my least favorite thing in the entire game. Next, we make it to a switch, and when we pull it, it triggers some serious Demon Souls nostalgia in yours truly by dropping a giant, disgusting organ down a huge pit. Next, we must go to the base of Murgo's Loft, and we have to take the elevator that is located there. Once we run past all these little Oompa Loompa guys, we have to take this special elevator cage that goes all the way down into Bloodborne's version of the Abyss. Prepare yourself, because in this Abyss, we are not going to be meeting Darkstalker Koth. In fact, we're going to be meeting probably one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen in a video game. The brain of Mensis. Isn't he cute?
Next, if we attack the brain enough to destroy it, we will receive the extremely rare item, the living string. But guess what? That's not even the cryptic part. The really cryptic part is the fact that you have to go to Upper Cathedral Ward, a totally different level, make it past the 3 brain suckers, and then enter this area where you activate a corpse that gives you the make contact gesture. Once you have the make contact gesture equipped, you must stand next to the brain immensis and perform it for not 5, not 10, but 30 entire seconds, which is about 28 seconds longer than I do most gestures. Once you do this, the brain immensis rewards you with the 3rd Moon Kirill rune, which rewards you with tons of extra blood echoes for killing enemies. There are cryptic moments in these games that I could see somebody accidentally figuring out, even though the odds are extremely slim, like astronomically slim, right? Now this one, I don't think anybody could ever figure this one out in a million years. The only way you could do it was if you somehow randomly did the make contact gesture in front of the brain immensis, and you were about to move around because nobody does a gesture for 30 freaking seconds, right? And then, I don't know, maybe your pizza guy showed up and you answered the door to get pizza, and by the time you paid the man, you put your pizza on the table, you come back to your PlayStation and you're like, oh snap, how'd that happen? All right, before we get to the most cryptic thing ever, let's do a couple honorable mentions. Once again, it's time to talk about everybody's favorite kick in the crotch, Dark Souls 2. And this moment happens when you approach Drangleic Castle. You will quickly notice that these guys keep spawning around the door to Drangleic Castle, and you could keep fighting these guys practically forever. But if you manage to kill one of them next to one of these statues, the souls will go into the statue and not you. This is quite unprecedented because I can't think of any other moment in a From Software game where you kill an enemy and the souls go into an object and not you. Unless you count that ring in Dark Souls 2 that absorbs the souls to keep your soul memory, but other than that, this is it. Once both of the statues have been activated by absorbing enemy souls, the door to Drangleic Castle will open. While they really don't tell you anything in regards to how this door is supposed to be open, I think there is a fair chance that you could accidentally trigger it, but still, why did we have to have this crazy mechanic? Tanimura, you penis. Last honorable mention, going back to Bloodborne, once you take out Vicar Amelia, you will notice a severe deficiency in new paths that you can take. And there is seemingly no obvious route to take to continue the game. If you don't take the time to poke around sufficiently in the area, you will miss the fact that a mystery staircase has appeared where we met Alfred. Once you follow this staircase down, it leads to a locked door with a man on the other side, and he asks you to say the magic words, and then he'll open the door for you. But oh shit, we don't know what the magic words are. So if it wasn't bad enough that we have to find a secret hidden staircase that was not here the last time we were in this spot, now we have to find the secret code words to get the door open. And you have to go into the Grand Cathedral, you have to activate the skull, and then you get the phrase, "Fear the old blood." Once you go back down to the door, you say that to the man, and the door opens up. And there is no man there, it's just a skeleton. Okay, so what the hell just happened here? Did a guy like open the door, and then while you were opening the door, he died, fell on a table, and decomposed into a skeleton in less than a second? Or was it a skeleton and he just got tired and went to sleep? Or, this is my personal theory, I think Alfred is just fucking with us. That little scamp. And now it's time for the most cryptic, devious, convoluted, obscure, vague, and inscrutable thing that Miyazaki and company have ever done. Let's go, it's number 1. For all the gimmick bosses, puzzles, and hidden levels, nothing
in Demon Souls or any other From Software game for that matter comes close to the crypticness. Crypticness? Is that a word? Crypticosity? Whatever. Of world tendency. I gotta give the crew at From Software points on this one because I've never heard of a mechanic anything like world tendency, and I gotta be honest with you, I kinda like it. So here's the deal. When you're in a level in Demon Souls, whenever you take out a Black Phantom or a boss, the tendency of that world goes closer to white. And when you die while in human form, the world tendency goes to black. Okay, so we know how to affect world tendency, but what does world tendency affect? It actually affects a lot of things, and your experience within Demon Souls is going to change dramatically based on the tendency of the world. For instance, when your world tendency is white, you will do more damage to enemies and they will do less damage to you. However, this will cause them to leave less souls when they die, and the drop rate will be greatly diminished. On the other hand, if your world tendency is black, the enemies are going to do more damage to you, and they will take less damage from you, but they will drop more souls, and their item drop rate will be increased. World tendency also actually affects NPCs in Demon Souls. If you have white tendency, the NPCs will be friendly, and some of them may even become vendors. If your world tendency is black, a lot of these NPCs will show up as Black Phantoms. Also, if you have pure black tendency, a primeval demon will spawn in very specific levels, and if you go kill one of these things, it will drop a colorless demon soul. With pure white tendency, it will actually open up hidden paths in certain levels, such as making the two dragons in World 1-1 piss off and let you grab all that loot. You get the idea. World tendency affects a ton of stuff in Demon Souls, and if there's anything that I forgot to mention, go ahead and let me know in the comments section. You know you want to, you fuckers. Now that we are familiar with world tendency, how do you think the development team decided to explain it to players? Item descriptions? Cutscenes? NPC dialogue? No, not at all. You get a tiny little symbol underneath the name of each level, and it just slightly changes color and generally is just different shades of gray. That tells us a lot. So yeah, I played through this entire game, did not even know that world tendency existed. I still talk to people all the time that are not aware of it, and if they are aware of it, they still don't really know what it does, and this game has been out since 2009. Don't get me wrong though, I seriously do like world tendency, and it almost effectively becomes a difficulty slider for Demon Souls. However, I could see it, really screwing up people who don't know what they're doing and making the game insanely difficult. In fact, this may be the reason that some of my friends never completed this game. But yeah, that's world tendency, and I've gotta say, it is the most cryptic thing I've ever seen in a video game. To sum up, I just want to say that I love secrets in video games, and of course, I love the ones in From Software games. But seriously, there is no freaking way that people are going to ever figure out most of the stuff on this list. I truly love and respect the staggering depth that From Software gives their video games. And these guys continue to maintain and raise the standard for what a video game is capable of. Finally, please, if you wouldn't mind, let me know what you thought about this list. I really appreciate hearing your opinions. And if you can think of any cryptic moments that I forgot, definitely let me know. And if you ever have any ideas for a video or a future From Software countdown, do not hesitate to let me know, because your idea might be the next video. Oh yeah, and one more thing.
forbidden woods, looking for the clan egg. And chat's telling me if I just look around, I can be there in a minute. But you couldn't convince me in a million years. Anybody ever figured this out without being shown how? Without being shown how. Now there's a hidden level with a hidden boss, and everybody says it's great. But you couldn't believe, for the love of Gwen, all the steps that I had to take. Yeah, you couldn't convince me in a million years. Anybody ever figured this out without being shown how? Without being shown how. Not in a million years.
Enough trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt.
I'm just trying to get somewhere. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Hi there. We've all enjoyed the jokes and memes about From Software games being chock full of swamps and feet. But after thousands of hours of painstaking scientific research, we have actually determined that the most plentiful resource in From Software is not swamps or even feet. It is in fact holes. This feature has been so vastly ubiquitous in From Software gaming that I have been forced to coin a new technical scientific term. Surely you have heard of Murphy's Law, the old adage that states that anything bad that can happen will happen, and at the worst possible time. In From Software, we encounter what I like to call Murphy's Hole, the phenomenon that anywhere there can be a hole, there will be a hole, and you are most likely going to encounter it when you least expect it. If variety truly is the spice of life, then we as From Software fans are extremely blessed, because these games contain a variety of holes. Some are big, some are small, some are treacherous, some are mysterious, some are full of creatures, and some are just for men. And that is why today I have decided that we must honor the countless cavities that we can find in this wonderful game series. But since there is quite the plethora of notable holes to discuss, I have split the entries into 3 separate lists. That's right, get ready Lord of the Rings and classic Star Wars, because now the real epic trilogy is coming to the internet. The Holes Trilogy! And we're kicking things off by counting down my picks for the top 10 most glorious holes in Souls. Number 10. One of my favorite features in the Souls series has to be the exploration. There are so many hidden areas, items, and NPCs that they make you just want to search every square inch of these games. Personally, I will risk life, limb, and several minutes of backtracking just to go and get a piece of shiny that I see on the ground, and I'll be happy to find it, even if it's something worthless. You know, come to think of it, I think my spirit animal is probably those little treasure goblins from Golden Axe. And it is for this reason that I absolutely adore the holes that you can find in the floors of the ruins of Elden Ring. Sometimes they lead to a boss fight. Sometimes they just lead to treasure. And sometimes they lead to a mage who can teach you valuable sorceries if you're into that sort of thing.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But then later on in the quest line, you find out that that mage wasn't a mage, but that mage was actually a puppet that just looks like that mage and is actually being controlled by that mage in another location. Because Elden Ring. Number 9. As someone who is not completely enamored with snakes, I seem to have kind of missed the boat on enjoying the primordial serpents and observing their cuteness as much as everyone else has, apparently. I mean, just look at their teeth. That's what you do to a thing to make it look weird and creepy. However, the hole that Kingseeker Frampt emerges from turns out to be slightly less creepy and weird. I like how this hole doesn't even reveal itself until after you've rung the second bell of awakening. And my favorite thing about it is even after Frampt has disappeared from the hole from you attacking him or by pissing him off by joining Darkstalker Koth, who is, you know, he's a bro, right? But once he's gone from that hole, you can jump down in it and you will still end up where the Lord Vessel is at the entrance to the Kiln of the First Flame, and I think that's really neat. It's a magic hole, and even when he's not there, you can use it to get to the end game content, which is great. This is a helpful hole. Number 8. Emotes are one of my favorite aspects of these games, and if you're not using emotes in your day-to-day playing, you're not doing it right. I seriously need to take the time one day to rank my favorite emotes because I love them so much. But just so you know, it just so happens one of my favorite emotes happens to be the ring emote from Elden Ring. I mean, how great is this thing? It's literally a hole that you get to carry around with you all through the game, and then you get to show it to all your friends online. You can also imagine how exciting it was for me to look at the DLC trailers and find out that we're getting another ring emote. Double your holes, double your fun. Number 7. Though Dark Souls 2 may be the gaming equivalent of Circumcision by Wheat Thresher, that opening cinematic is amazing. This is for several reasons, one of them being the epic swirly hole of mystery. What could be on the other side? A jelly donut?
A jelly donut?
Fame and fortune? Fortunately for us, we don't have to wait long because this is Dark Souls, a game series where a protagonist carefully considers the ramifications of a dangerous scenario for almost an entire moment before jumping into it. That'll teach you for jumping into a strange hole. Now you gotta play Dark Souls 2. Number 6. Do you like big holes? Can you lie about it? If not, you're really going to enjoy this next entry, which is amongst the most deepest, most epic holes that I have ever seen. After telling the Maiden in Black that we are ready to go to the end game, she opens up a hole in the floor of the Nexus, and we go through a chasm so vast, so deep, so bottomless that the game developers did not even render the entire thing. They just cheat and cut to a flash of white, and boom, you're there. Where is there? There is the domain of the Old One, the thing that must be put back to sleep to stop all the demons from, you know, running amok and such. And the funny thing about it is it kind of looks like Brunswick, Georgia.
Oh my God!
Ew. But how cool is it that beneath the Nexus, Dirty Feet Chick opens up a whole new world that we didn't even know existed? That's a massive hole, and she is quite a gal. Number 5. I'll bet that many of you thought about this wondrous hole as soon as you saw the title of the video, and why wouldn't you? As soon as we began our Dark Souls 2 adventure, this hole captured our imaginations upon setting foot in the town of Majula. I remember it as if it were only yesterday. When I started up my game, I looked at that big, beautiful hole and I thought to myself, I wonder if I can get in that hole. And I wonder what's in that hole. Eventually, I did get to go all the way down in that big old hole, and I got my answer. The answer is rats. Lots of rats. And some elephants. And one of the most trash bosses in gaming history. Thank you, Dark Souls. Number 4. When it was brought to my attention that the world desperately needed a holes countdown, the first hole that came to mind was the epic crater that is created in Limgrave after the defeat of Star Scourge Radon. This hole is so absolutely gargantuan that it connects directly to one of those giant underground areas. But it doesn't just connect to any underground city. It connects to Nokron, the sexiest one of all. Is it because of the hot moose mommies? Partly so, yes. In fact, I would say very much so, but also because this is the location in the game where you can get the legendary Mimic Tier. This is the strongest Spirit Ash summon in the entire game, and turns many of the boss fights of Elden Ring into a point and laugh simulator. Starfall Crater. I love that big hole. Number 3. Well. Do you recognize this well? I bet you do. You've walked past this well countless times, but have you thought about it once since you picked up that item at the beginning of the game? No. No, you haven't. But you should have, because this well actually contains one of the biggest secrets in all of From Software games. You see, if you get up on the ruins here and you make a running start and you time your jump just right, you can make your way into the opening of this well. And then, well, you're in for quite a surprise. Number 2. Bloodborne. A Lovecraftian nightmare of a game, whose story suggests man's insignificance in the universe and the futility of him to try to change it. It is also a game where you shove your fist up the assholes of many, many pigs.
I feel like a deer in the headlights of love.
Some of you watching this video may think that this is very immature and juvenile talk, but trust me, fisting pigs is part of the lore and as Miyazaki intended. Besides, when caught between the dark, oppressive world of Yharnam and beating your head against several of the very difficult boss fights and occasionally having to farm for blood vials, which nobody wants to do, it's nice to take the time out to fist a pig. I mean, what were they thinking? Like, look at it. That's so fucking hilarious. I can't stand it. It's the funniest thing in the whole game. God bless these people for making this. Before we get to the most glorious hole in all of Soulsborne, I have a few honorable mentions. The O in Souls and in Bloodborne. Yes, the words, as in the titles of the games. Would you say that's stupid that I put that on the list? Would you say that I'm reaching to put that on the video? Well, just so you know, I'm putting it here just so no smartasses can say that I didn't put it on here. So, there you go. Next, we have the dark sign. That's right. Look at it. The dark sign. That's a hole. A hole that your sanity slowly gets sucked into. Not in the game, I mean in real life. This, of course, is a result of dealing with all the maddening and frustrating things that you will encounter in the world of Dark Souls. I'm looking at you, Iron Passage. And for the next honorable mention, I would just like to ask, isn't it a lot of fun when a level in a game has something very specific just to that one section? You know, my favorite example has always been the green shoe that you can get inside of in Super Mario Bros. 3. But as it turns out, Dark Souls 2 has a great example of this too, located in the Black Gulch. This would be those oil-filled holes that you can find on the ground from the bonfire all the way to the boss room. What's so great about these little oil holes, you may ask? Well, for one, it's the hideous hentai monsters that pop up out of them that don't even look like they belong in this game. I'm not even sure if they belong in Bloodborne. If they belong in any From Software game, it's probably that one. The other thing is, the oil that they come up out of can actually be set on fire. You can pull out your torch and just roll into the oil. It will light it. You can use a pyromancy spell, or you can use a fire-equipped weapon, and you can set these things on fire, and it can actually damage the little hand monsters that come up out of there. And I just think that's really freaking cool. The Black Gulch is a major pain in the ass, but setting these oil holes on fire is a lot of fun. What a great bunch of holes. And now it's time for the #1 most glorious hole in Souls. Perhaps you are familiar with that old adage that suggests that one should take the time to stop and smell the roses. Unfortunately, there isn't time for that because we're too busy stopping to smell the holes. What a treat to be out there adventuring and, you know, you're dealing with all the stress of these games and you're running out of Estus, your heart's in your throat and you're about to have a panic attack. You don't even know what to do. And then you turn and you look and then there's some guy's asshole staring straight at you, just leaning over a banister as if to say, hey man, hang in there, buddy. You got this. If you're not sure how to show your appreciation for this valuable moral support, I suggest you take advantage of one of the messages on the ground. Take their advice and try finger. If there's one hole that I never get tired of encountering in the Souls games, it's those hollows just sticking their ass up in the air for everybody to see. And of course, this is what facilitated some of my favorite messages in the game, which all revolve around buttholes. Try finger. There's one of my favorite ones from Elden Ring, which was, I wish I had a big butthole. You might call me juvenile, you might call me immature, and I don't really give a shit. Because all of the butthole messages and memes all over these games is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And I have never gotten tired of laughing at them, not even after all these years. And I'm really looking forward to more butthole-related messages in Shadow of the Erdtree. It's not just these hollows leaning over the banister showing their asshole to you though. It's the fact that they've generated this whole community of people writing messages in these dour, dreary, depressing games talking about buttholes. And instantly, the game is just imbued with this levity that it did not have before. I can't even tell you how many times I've been on an awful run back or just totally frustrated that something's not working right, or I need to try to find something that I can't locate, and then I find a message saying to finger butthole, and I just totally lose my shit, and I'm not even pissed off at the game anymore. I'm just laughing and having a good time. And that's really what these games are all about. Buttholes. Oh man, those were some holes. You know, when I was first suggested by the community that I make a list of holes in Soulsborne, I didn't think that was the best idea, but I might have to say that this holes video turned out to be pretty tight. But make sure you stay loose, because I got one more thing that I gotta say. I was out exploring, trying to do what I could do. And I saw some treasure that I tried to walk over to. Didn't make it there, but don't ask why. I think you know. You guessed right, friend, my ass fell right down in a hole. When I got to Majula, I was instantly intrigued by the most beautiful thing that my eyes had ever seen. But that strong desire was starting to take its toll. But I felt much better
when I got down in that hole. 'Cause in them holes, they got everything I need. Yes, them holes show everything to me. Yeah, them holes stare into infinity. It seems everything I need is in them holes. You can say I'm a hole man, and that wouldn't be a lie. I've been inside these holes innumerable times. You can criticize my lifestyle, but it's something I can't fight. You can bet your sweet ass I'm gonna be in a hole tonight. 'Cause them holes got everything I need. Yeah, them holes, they're good to me. Yes, them holes stare into infinity. It seems everything I need is in them holes. Good night, Internet, and don't forget that the real treasure we found are the holes we met along the way.
Hating on my Dark Souls 2. Oh my god, the BB Coom cells immediately are gone. Greetings, fellow tarnished. Don't you just love how From Software RPGs have the most dour and horrific worlds? They're so depressing. I love it. Thankfully, the world of Elden Ring is no exception, containing some of the most unsettling areas to date. So let's count down those special spots in the lands between that make my skin crawl the most, for the fun of it. I'm just as chuffed as chips, but before we get started, I want to make it clear that I'm going to be focusing primarily on levels that are unsettling even without the help of their nightmarish inhabitants. They're really just the icing on the cake. With that said, let's get to it. Number 10. Elden Ring is packed with those wow moments that stick in your mind right from the first playthrough. One such moment is the first time that I took Torrent across Limgrave and caught sight of a walking mausoleum. I was stunned at the size of this thing. It was clearly much larger than anything I had encountered up until this point in the game. It was even bigger than the trolls. As I moved closer to the walking mausoleum, I could hear the ominous thundering bell that was hanging from beneath it. And then as I got a little bit closer, it finally hit me. This thing was not alive. At that moment, a wave of dread washed over me as I tried to process exactly what the hell I was even looking at. Once you get close to one of these mausoleums, you'll notice that in various places located on them, they have these clusters of skulls. Once enough of these are destroyed, the mausoleum will drop to the ground, its legs will collapse, and then if you decide to explore the outside of it, you will locate a door that will allow you in. So this is definitely not a living creature. Once you go inside of the mausoleum, you will notice that there is a corpse laying on a slab of concrete, and once you activate it, it will give you the opportunity to copy a remembrance. Literally everything about these things is disturbing to me. The way that their enormous legs shake the ground, the ominous thundering of the bell that hangs below it, and the fact that the skulls all over the structure that are causing it to move give me the idea that some sort of dark magic is responsible for all this. A lot of the times, if I'm not actually in the market for copying a remembrance right then, I may actually leave these things alone and let them continue walking around the lands between, because personally, I think the area and the world is just a little bit more lively and creepy with them in it. Number 9. In the world of Elden Ring, there are lots of creepy places, but for those who suffer from pupophobia, this might actually be the most frightening area in the entire game. I, however, do not have this phobia, but I still find it pretty unnerving. And why is that? Well, it's because some crazy asshole decided to go around turning people into puppets and filling his basement with said puppets. Stumbling onto Seluvus's puppet basement is quite the change up from the hidden areas you will find below the ruins in Elden Ring. And as an added bonus, if you give his potion to Nephili, you will also find her here in her new form. Creepy. Number 8. If you take out store brand Mohg in the subterranean shunning grounds, you get access to a hidden door that takes you to one of the most unsettling areas in the whole game. Ah yes, the Forsaken Depths. This area is dark, creepy, quiet, and the floors are carpeted with the dead, most of whom appear to have died in a really horrible way. You can, however, encounter a few people who are still alive, and they will attack you on sight with frenzy incantations. This leads me to my theory that all of these people are sealed away down here because of their devotion to the three fingers. And finally, when talking about this area, I have to bring up the really chill guys who don't attack you. They just sit down playing some strange stringed instrument and are quite possibly some of the coolest guys I've ever encountered in any of these From Software RPGs. I do have to say though, that the way they sit there all zoned out and playing that mournful tune is pretty creepy. Also, some of them play Gurman's tune from Bloodborne. Badass. Number 7. Mohg's Arena is one of those places that is homogeneous with the area surrounding it, but it's got that one little detail that gets underneath my skin. Obviously, I am talking about Miquella's egg, which is sitting at the end of the arena. He's got that arm, that shriveled up arm just hanging out of the egg, and it just brings up so many questions in my mind. Questions which are very conducive to horror and being disturbed. For one, we don't get to see what Miquella actually looks like. That's all left to our imagination. You'll notice in the cutscene of the Mohg fight that we do see blood actually draining out of Miquella's body, which is what Mohg emerges from. So this leads me to believe that Miquella is still alive in some sort of capacity. Finally, I gotta say, the more you know about the relationship between Miquella and Mohg, the more creeped out you'll probably be here. Number 6. There are a few things that give Raya Lucaria its spine-chilling reputation. One of these would be the cemetery that you must go through on your way to the end of the level. Most of the cemeteries in Elden Ring are pretty well lit, and this one is super dark and scary, and it's full of zombies. Perfect. Next is the heavy concentration of spellcasters who happen to wear this really large, unsettling piece of headgear. Whoops, wait a minute. How did that get there? That's not the right headpiece. I mean, this headpiece. Sorry, my mistake. They just look so similar. And the final feature of Raya Lucaria that really makes my skin crawl, that would be the scholars who join Renala in the boss fight. You know, the ones that crawl around on the ground. Just look at how creepy these people are. Just look at that face. Oh yeah, and that singing. Oh shoot, I forgot there's one more thing, and that is actually its ambient music score. Pretty creepy, right? People don't really say this anymore, but I would have to say that in regards to this place, my jimmies have thoroughly been rustled. Number 5, the Altus Plateau. Aren't those beautiful autumn vistas absolutely breathtaking? They absolutely are. That is, until you reach Damanula. So, you say, Damanula, what exactly is that? Well, don't worry. That's just your suppressed trauma blocking out the memories of staring into the unblinking rictus of these creepy women who dance around in this village. If you're not already creeped out looking at these ladies, then take a good look at their mouth. You see that? That's strawberry jelly. And that implies that they don't eat grape jelly. I shudder to think of what kind of sick, twisted cult could participate in such deviant behavior as to not let their people eat grape jelly. Also, there's a guy who is a ghost in the front of the village begging to not have his skin ripped off. Yep. Number 4. Stormvale Castle does not initially hit you as a place that is especially creepy. And that, my little sweeties, is because Stormvale Castle likes to hide its creepy deep within its bowels. If you're thinking about the situation where you get locked in the room with the big scary knight with the fart magic, that's not what I'm talking about. That's traumatic, it's terrifying, but it's not creepy. If you're looking for creepy, then you don't need to look any further than the room where we locate the grafted scion. You got body parts hanging from the ceiling. You got body parts on the floor. You got a big pile of corpses in this one room. That, folks, is what we call environmental storytelling. Everything about this area implies that some really messed up crap has been going on here. And if you manage to get a good vantage point at the grafted scion, you can tell that it's made out of multiple body parts, and this is probably where it was created. It's also really neat that this grafting area provides a little foreshadowing as to the lord of this castle. And if there's anything that's more creepy than the implied body horror that you find in the grafting room, it would undoubtedly be what you find in the basement of the castle. And no, I am not talking about the tree spirit who jump scares the living ass out of you as soon as you enter the area. I am talking about what you find at the end of the room. Yeah, that's a face. A horrific, disturbing, giving me the chills kind of face. Right next to it, you'll find an item called the Prince of Death's Pustule. The description on this item will tell you that this is the visage of Godwin, the Prince of Death. And now, I look forward to many, many nights of seeing this face in my nightmares. Number 3. When Melina first transports you to Round Table Hold, it seems like a relatively chill place. You know, it's got the usual cast of characters that you find in games like this in the hub zones, including a few sketchy dickheads. I didn't actually start getting weird vibes until I looked over that railing across from where Rozier sits, and if you look down, you see all these blood stains. What's up with that? Looking at the fall, it doesn't look like it's far enough to kill you. So, it's gotta be something dangerous down there. Also, when you first get to Round Table Hold, there will be a couple of rooms that you do not have the ability to access. But once you reach Landell, there will be a room right past the Twin Maiden husks that you can access. Once you go in here, you're in for quite a surprise. Whereas the rest of Round Table Hold is pristinely maintained and furnished, this room is littered with decaying corpses. And the centerpiece of this mystery, nasty horror room is a red phantom invader who doesn't hurt you. He doesn't even try to get up. He just sits there, saying the most vile things. This is the loathsome Dung Eater, one of the most hideous characters that From Software has ever created. Needless to say, this freak helps really raise the creep factor in Round Table Hold, which should be a hub and a place of peace and relaxation. Finally, let's talk about the hold itself. So, when Melina first transports you to the hold, did you ever think, why didn't she just mark it on my map? Why do I have to be teleported to this place? Now, things make a little bit more sense once you reach Landell, because after exploring pretty thoroughly, you will discover Round Table Hold? What? Yeah, after making this discovery, that little hamster wheel in my head started turning a little bit. This discovery led me to doing a little bit of theorizing of my own. And that, my friends, is why it is now time for me to say, hello, my name is Trey, and now it's time to prepare to cry. Long ago, Leyndell was a beautiful and majestic city. Round Table Hold was a place where the great champions would meet. They would converge, have fellowship, and most importantly, commune with the two fingers. This was to receive the message of the greater will. But that was before the shattering. After the dispersal of the shards of the Elden Ring, war decimated the land. The hold was abandoned, and its desolate hull serving as a sad, somber reminder of the pathetic state of the world. Much is in the way that a lot of areas in Elden Ring are scary and also sad. I would say that Round Table Hold is creepy and sad. The haven where we converse with Gideon and we get the blacksmith to upgrade our weapons might seem like a really cool place to be, but it is actually just a fabrication. It's a mere reflection of an actual place that exists, but not as it currently is, as it once was. The Round Table Hold that we spend so much time in is effectively a ghost of the Round Table from days past. And finally, when the Erd Tree is finally set aflame, Round Table Hold goes up in flames, giving us the final puzzle piece to where we have been the entire time. See, I told you this place was creepy. Number 2. Years ago, Kojima Productions tested our sanity by creating a demo that put us in a house with repeating rooms and scenery. This remains one of the most disturbing gaming experiences of my entire life, and From Software thought it would be fun to make the Elden Ring equivalent of this in the form of the Leyndell Catacombs. The main difference between these two is the fact that PT is presented as a horror game, so all the weird, unsettling, crazy stuff, it's kind of expected. The Leyndell Catacombs, however, are the only catacombs in the entire game that are set up this way. So when you start seeing rooms looping and looking exactly like the area that you just left, you effectively start thinking that your mind is playing tricks on you. And this is a very meta quality that creeps me out in a way that other video games just can't do. In fact, I don't think I've ever had a game screw with my mind this much, making me think I'm actually going crazy, since Eternal Darkness on the GameCube. Before we get to the number 1 creepiest area in all of Elden Ring, let's do a couple of honorable creepy mentions. While exploring the world of Elden Ring on the back of Super Good Boy Torrent, it is not unusual to locate the odd tower from time to time. What I would call unusual, however, would be that when you approach this one specific tower in Liurnia, a giant Lord of the Rings reference explodes out of the top of it. While this does look totally awesome, it is in fact anything but totally awesome for your character, because as long as you are in view of this frenzy flame, the madness status effect is going to build up. That's right, the status effect is going to build up until the bar completely fills, and then it absolutely pwns your health bar. Wait a minute. A thing way up in the air that's looking at you, and it causes frenzy. Huh. For some reason, I kind of feel like this is referencing more than just Lord of the Rings. Anyway, if you do make it all the way to the tower without dying, you will locate some wonderful yellow-eyed frenzy rats at the base. If you manage to take them out and climb the ladder, you will find a bunch of crazy assholes at the top who are responsible for all of this mess. The first time the Frenzy Tower started to hit me, I didn't even know it was there. I didn't actually see it right then, so I already got kind of freaked out. But then the fact that you travel there and then you notice that there is some kind of weird frenzy cult up at the top, it just raises a lot of questions, and I'm pretty sure that none of these questions have very pleasant answers. Next, let's talk about abandoned places. You know, abandoned places are generally pretty creepy, and when I rode up to Ordina, liturgical town, I could pretty much already tell something was off about this place. There was a creepy green light emanating from certain locations in the town, and it was pretty much completely desolate except for a couple of ghosts. Despite this fact, I could not really shake the feeling that I was not alone here. And that unsettling feeling just kind of hung around with me the entire time I explored the town. But the danger never came until I found the Everjail. The funny thing was, as soon as you go into the Everjail, nothing happens. But if you've ever been in an Everjail, you know that they normally have a really powerful enemy located in it. So this just made the tension build up even more, and I got even more worried and creeped out here. Of course, while you're walking around in Ordina, it doesn't take too long for your paranoia to be justified, because you are going to be victim to one of the best jump scares in the entire game. And that's going to be when the Black Knife Assassin decides to reveal itself, shove its knife right up your taint, and then you have poop in your pants. Of course, once you get to the rooftops, all of this anticipation of the assassins is going to give way more to frustration from all the asshole archers on the top of the buildings who can just decimate your health bar with their stupid magic arrows. But that initial period of coming into the town and not really knowing what to expect, that's pretty creepy. Now let's talk about Starfall Crater. When I first went into Starfall Crater, I kept descending with much trepidation. You can't help but be a little uneasy the whole time you're making your way down the hole, and that fog really doesn't help because it really keeps you from seeing too much in front of you. Let's not forget that the Tomb of the Giants has already told us that lack of vision can pose quite a problem. As you keep proceeding, you will discover that this hole is not just a hole, it leads to an actual city. A city that appears to be abandoned and is way too quiet for comfort. This place is really dark, and there is just sparse lighting located in the city, and it really does seem like there's nobody here. And then you locate a silver puddle on the ground. Okay, that thing is alive, okay. And like other blob creatures in From Software games, it creates a big spear to poke you. These, of course, are the Mimic Tears, and later on in the level, we will discover that they have the ability to mimic the humanoid shape and will attack you in such fashion. The way the Mimic Tears just turn into a human form and attack you like, I don't know, almost like automatons, it's pretty creepy. But I think the creepiest moment in this whole level is when you drop down into this big room and you see the giant metal ball and you're thinking, yeah, I know, the ball's probably some kind of trap. It's gonna roll onto me or whatever. But then when you dodge it and you go the other way, the ball turns around and starts to follow you. And I think the biggest chill ever went up my spine when that happened. And if you end up like getting into one of those areas where it can't actually get to you, it'll like keep trying to get you, and that's just really disturbing to me. All right, you knew I was gonna bring up this one at some point. Caria Manor. Is it creepy or is it frightening? I actually think it's a little bit of both. Well, to be fair, it's probably a lot of both. We all know that the finger creepers are just one of the most terrifying things in gaming, period. But I also think that the really foggy atmosphere and just dark, ominous vibe of Caria Manor really gives it a deeply creepy and unsettling atmosphere, and I like it a lot. Good creep factor. This is definitely one of those areas that makes you feel like you are never safe as long as you are within its walls. All right, guys, it is time for the number one creepiest area in Elden Ring. This may not be the area that creeped you out the most, but I'm gonna tell you, when I started writing this video, I knew that there was one area in this game that got under my skin like nothing else in this game, really. And the creepiest place is actually an area that people brought up to me. And that would happen to be the Deep Root Depths. Now, I don't think the Deep Root Depths is extremely creepy. It doesn't really bother me that much. It just, you know, feels like a typical FromSoft level. That is, until you get to the end and you get to the boss arena. Okay, wait a minute. So what's so crazy about this area? It's just a big flat arena. It's probably the most boring arena, you know, in the whole game. Oh, I don't know. What about the giant freaky ass corpse that's rotting up against the back wall? I mean, what the hell is that? Some kind of freaking sea monkey kaiju? Okay, so if we think back on the face that we saw in the basement of Stormvale Castle, and we think about the description on the item that we found next to it, we will learn that this is Godwyn the Gold One. Or rather, this is Godwyn's corpse. I don't know if he's still golden or not. He is very much covered in flies at this point. The funny thing to me is that when you look at the image in the basement of Stormvale, that looks like a face. It looks like eyes and a nose. But when you see Godwyn's body in this arena, you realize that that is actually like the fan or whatever on top of his head, like a squid or something. So that thing that looks like a face, you know, it's actually upside down, and boy, this just messes with my head. Yes, the corpse of Godwyn the Golden is absolutely the creepiest thing in this whole game. So he's covered in flies, so yes, definitely is decomposing. That's great. But what really pushes this creep factor over the edge for me personally is the fact that if you look at that visual design, this thing doesn't even look like it belongs in Elden Ring. This almost cartoonish looking merman creature, it almost looks like a completely different kind of artist came in with a new visual style just for this one thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. This thing just gives me the heebie-jeebies. So even after killing Fortisax, or Fia's champions, just being in this empty arena looking at this monstrosity, it just makes me so uncomfortable and creeped out. Wow! You made it to the end of the video. You really are fond of listening to me talk about Elden Ring, aren't you? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had feelings for me. Oh no, dear me. Pretend you didn't hear that. If all that creep from the countdown has got you feeling anxious, then come take shelter in our Discord. Link is down in the video description. If you had a good time watching this video, please don't hesitate to give it a like and share it with a friend that you think will enjoy it as well. Also, if you liked watching this, please don't hesitate to leave a comment and tell me what you liked about the video, or if you just think I'm stupid or a wuss, go ahead and leave a comment about that too. Or if there's just some areas in Elden Ring that you find especially creepy that I forgot about or overlooked, please let me know. Also, if you want to go the extra mile to help support the channel, I'm already set up to receive super thanks, and I have several levels of memberships for the channel that start at only 99 cents a month. These memberships give you early access to new videos, and you also get to use channel exclusive emoji, which are really fun to use during the live streams, but I also just found out You can even use them to comment on videos. Also, I just want to make sure I note that for those of you who have been asking me to set up a Patreon, I have finally got off my lazy ass and done that, and the link is in the description. Thank you so much for watching the video. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed making it. Yo, you want to be Elden Lord, you gotta be tough. Be honest, I'm scared as shit. Now, here's a little story about all the things that really creep me out playing Elden Ring. I'm usually tough, but I gots to say, these places freak me out in a major way. I was on the back of Torrent, I was riding around, then I met some creepy ladies in a windmill town. Up at the front, that's where I made a friend. He was a ghost who was begging not to lose his skin. Lose his skin? Lose his skin? Lose his skin? He was a ghost who was begging not to lose his skin. It was a magic school. Things were scary. There were zombies all up in the cemetery. But here's the thing that really got me. Everybody working there looked like the Burger King. The Burger King? The Burger King. The Burger King? Everybody working there looked like the Burger King. Down in Mowen Palace, things were real rough. There was a psycho trying to hit me with blood. I went up the steps with my own 2 legs and I saw a human arm sticking out of an egg. Sticking out of an egg. Right out of the egg. Sticking out of an egg. I saw a human arm sticking out of an egg. Elden Ring, it's a real fine game. I think people who don't like it are lame. You enjoyed the video, like, comment, subscribe. Thanks for watching, friends, and I'll see you next time.
Look here! Look, listen! We're playing Dark Souls, yeah!
Hello. Before we get started with the video, I have a special announcement today, and that is we are doing a special giveaway for 1 free copy of Gollum on Steam, and all you have to do is comment on this video. The week after the video goes public, #1 comment gets a free copy of this exquisite game. I highly recommend it. It's a 10 out of 10 for sure. And one more thing, make sure you stay tuned to the end of the video for the credits, because I don't know if a lot of you guys know this, but I write original songs for all of these countdowns, and I wrote a really special one that I just cannot wait for you guys to hear. Now, that all being said, let's get started with the video. The Cerulean Coast. Man, I love this place. It's so just peaceful and tranquil here. Well, I mean it is now. After I killed that asshole undead dragon. You know, it took me a little while, but I finally figured out his #1 weakness. It's being hit a lot of times with a big stick. But, you know, not all the bosses in From Software's DLC are little bitches like he is. Some of them are actually pretty strong, and they will beat your ass up and down the arena until you figure out how to deal with them. So, I have decided to compile a list of the top 10 hardest DLC bosses in From Software. And just to be safe, here's a little spoiler warning for Shadow of the Erdtree. You have been warned. Now, let's see number 10. To get an idea of how brutal the DLC in Souls games has gotten, just take a look at this. Dark Eater Midir, a boss that normally would have been at the top of this list, now barely makes the list, right? Dark Eater Midir came out with the Ring City DLC and instantly became the best dragon that From Software has ever had. With Dark Eater Midir, you're not just going to be clipping his toenails the entire fight. It takes a page from Bloodborne and the Amygdala fight, and you want to primarily focus on the head to do maximum damage. And this is a really neat, innovative way that they mixed up the dragon combat. But that's not why Midir is on this list. Midir is on this list Not just because focusing on the head is obviously harder than clipping toenails, but I would say one of the main reasons is because of Midir's insanely large health pool and, of course, his ability to create endless, copious amounts of magic spam. Is that not tough enough for you? Well, how about this? He has very high resistances to all of the elements, and he is completely immune to all status effects. Have fun. Number 9. You know how when you reach a new area in a Souls game, you're like, oh yeah, this area it's a little creepy, a little intimidating, maybe kind of tough, but it's cool because I'm gonna get to explore it, get to find some cool loot, and maybe I'll even get enough souls or runes or whatever I need to level up before I fight the boss. But when you go to Shadowkeep, the game says, no bitch, we're not even letting you in the freaking front door until you can manage to take on our attack hippopotamus, who just happens to eat tarnished on sight. If you haven't played Shadow of the Erdtree yet, you might be thinking to yourself, hey, does this old ratty looking thing even, is he even worth a crap in combat? And the answer is yes. The golden hippopotamus is extremely dangerous. He will charge you as soon as you walk in the door with this open mouth grab attack, which has the most massive hitbox of anything. It's ridiculous. It's damn near impossible to dodge the thing. Another thing is he uses delayed attacks, which are great. He's actually very fast for something as big as he is. And speaking of those delayed attacks, one of the weirdest things is how in Elden Ring some of the delayed attacks are kind of exaggerated. And when this guy does a belly flop, sometimes it'll just look like he's just sitting there in the air for a minute, like, are you gonna come down or what? But anyway, yeah, that move sucks, does tons of damage, it's rough. If you manage to actually get him to his second phase, he grows a whole bunch of spikes and turns into Golden Sonic. And now the Golden Hippopotamus has a new wrinkle in the formula to kill you with pretty much no effort whatsoever, and that is, of course, magic spam. The Golden Hippopotamus is just super fast, he's super strong. It's kind of crazy how every boss in Shadow of the Erdtree feels like the hardest boss you've ever had to fight for a little while. And it's a really interesting feature of that DLC, in my opinion. I know I've talked about a lot of the different moves that the Golden Hippopotamus does, but rest assured, if your Shadow Tree fragment count is low, he's probably going to kill you in just a few seconds. So there are many times that you're going to walk in that door and probably be dead before you even know it. And that's one reason why the Golden Hippopotamus had to be on this list. The weird thing is, though, is you actually will encounter some of these out in the wild in the DLC, but they're not really that tough. In fact, they don't even turn into Golden Sonic as far as I recall. Just a bunch of non-Chaos Emerald having noobs, I guess. Number 8. Look, I look like Linkara now. So, here, let me just tell you a story. At the end of the first Legacy dungeon that I went into in Shadow of the Erdtree, I encountered the Divine Beast Dancing Lion. And I know you've seen people talk about this boss like, they're a pretty tough boss in the game and stuff. And granted, yeah, he has lots of magic attacks from like every element you can think of. I think he even had like a Swiss cheese attack that he would throw cheese at you. He was throwing wind and lightning and ham and just everything you can think of. And he just spams everything and it sucks, right? It's tough. But eventually, I kind of started getting the hang of the Divine Beast, and I don't think he's that bad. The lightning is kind of tough to dodge, but other than that, I think he's a pretty cool boss. Except, see, later in the game, when you start exploring, there's this area called the I don't know how you pronounce it. You know, somebody can comment on how to actually pronounce this, but I just call it like the ruins, right? It's R-A-U-H. It's like Rao. But anyway, so I remember going to those ruins, and I noticed that there's like this area that you can't figure out how to get over there. And well, I eventually figured it out, and I got over there. And what did we find? Another fucking divine beast dancing lion boss. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I've killed one. This guy can't be that bad. And when you know it, he is so much worse than the Remembrance version of this boss. He's got all the magic spam, right? You got the wind, you got the lightning, you got the what's the other one he does? The ice, right? You got the ice, except this time this son of a bitch can make death blight, and he can just spawn basilisks. So that's great. So now this boss who spams crap so much to the point that you can't even hardly get near him to hit him. You may get one hit in, and then you got to jump back out. Now it's a gank fight, so it's even worse. And I'll be honest with you, there was a point in this game where I did not think you could legitimately fight this guy by yourself. I remember going to drop down on the little ledge next to his arena, and I was trying to like hit him with long range magic to see if I could actually hurt him. And eventually his stupid wind attack would end up like one-shotting me out of nowhere. So luckily we did some co-op, and even in co-op we still got crushed by this guy several times before we finally did beat him. And I'm gonna tell you what, just for some random ass field boss, the Divine Beast in the Rao Ruins, he's a son of a bitch. Number 7. When the Elden Ring trailers for Shadow of the Erdtree first came out, I remember that Mesmer was just really a big focal point of these TV spots, you know, and he seemed to be kind of like the main driving force of the story for the DLC. And I know how they do, you know. They're not going to make him the main antagonist in the DLC, but I knew that he was probably going to be a major one. In fact, I want to say that I called him being like maybe the second biggest boss, or maybe to be more accurate, make him be like a mid kind of DLC boss. And I don't know. I think maybe he was a little bit higher than a mid-level DLC boss, but still, I did not expect him to be quite as hard as he was. Look at that flurry of attacks that he has. And then he just chucks out magma, and the particle effects can, you know, there's so much crap going on, sometimes it makes it hard to see what's happening anyway, right? But then on top of that, Mesmer moves so fast that it's like Sekiro enemies look like they're moving in slow motion, you know? And then, if somehow you manage to deal with this insane movement of this guy, and you get him into his second phase, he reaches up, pops his eyeball out, and this gives him the ability to rip off James Earl Jones and turn into a giant snake. And that's pretty cool. What's not cool is the fact that when he's a giant snake, he kind of like pops up over you. He's almost like just in an area above the arena, basically, right? And he can just strike almost straight down at you. And I don't know why, but it seems like whenever I'm fighting him, it seems like he can come around and hit me like behind my shield, even if I'm like locked onto him, you know. It's like I'm locked on, I got my shield up, and there's like, boom, he hits me in the back or something like that. And it's really, really hard to dodge. While the snake attacks are really tough, he also will kind of alternate, you know. He'll do some snake attacks as the big snake, and then he'll turn back into a human, and then he comes back with his little Meta Knight flurry attacks. Several of my friends kind of got stuck on this guy for a bit, so you know, I totally get it. This guy, he's tough. Number 6. When a boss fight is really difficult, the best that you can hope for is that it is at least fun. This makes the process of learning the fight and getting proficient fighting this boss a lot more enjoyable, and thankfully this happens to be the case when you fight Sister Frieda. This boss will put all of your dueling skills to the test in a variety of ways, and thankfully Sister Frieda will not burst you down like a lot of the bosses in Shadow of the Erdtree. She's a lady and she prefers to dance, and what a beautiful dance it is. But this does not stop the fight from being incredibly difficult. At the beginning phase, Sister Frieda can attack really quickly, she can close the distance with jumps, and she can even become invisible. This gets to be even more complicated when we enter phase 2 and Father Ariandel joins the mix, and he's going around smashing his pot all over the place, spreading fire, and you know, one of my favorite things in the whole world is area denial. Awesome. Sister Frieda, you know, she becomes more passive in phase 2, but I think Father Ariandel more than makes up for that with all of his aggressiveness. Then, if you manage to get through that phase, you get to go to phase 3, and it's just Sister Frieda by herself, but, you know, she's got black flame on her weapon, she's got the black flame magic she can throw at you, and that crap hits hard. She's super aggressive now, even faster than she was in the other phase. This is probably one of the fights that you'll have to do the most times playing through Dark Souls 3. I think I would have to say that more than anything though, what makes this fight so hard is the fact that you effectively are doing 3 boss fights together. So if you're in phase 1 and you make too many mistakes and you run low on heals, you might as well restart, because you're not gonna make it all the way through 3 boss fights if you run low, right? If you get into phase 2 and then all of a sudden make a bunch of mistakes, probably gonna have to restart, because the 3rd phase is the hardest one. But like I said, this fight, even though I've had to fight her so many times and lost, it's fine because I get to come back and challenge her again. And it's a great fight. This is a fantastic boss. It's one of my favorites in all of Souls. And I really don't mind having a rematch a million times. It's an excellent fight. And you know, another really great thing about Sister Frieda is that she kind of single-handedly redeems the Ashes of Ariandel DLC, because I would have to say that, in my personal opinion, the champion's grave tender is Duty. And I don't mean Allison Duty. How about that joke, Rusty? By the way, that's her real name. Number 5. As a die-hard From Software fan, ever since I played the original Demon Souls, it's been really satisfying and fascinating, really, to watch how this company's dragon designs have evolved over the years. So, you know, let's take a look at that very first dragon. Yep, that's a dragon, all right. So, throughout the games, these dragon designs have become more detailed and more frightening. And now we're at Shadow of the Erdtree, when the major big dragon boss of the DLC looks like this. Is that not the most frightening, evil-looking thing you've ever seen in your life? And Baal the Dread is not a little beta bitch like the Dragon God is, where, you know, you just like whack him a couple times on his chin and he just like falls over and dies. No, Baal is a man, and he is just as bad as he looks. Taking another page from Dark Eater Midir, Baal takes a little bit extra damage if you hit him on the head. The only difference this time is with Baal, he also has a leg stump that you can attack for extra damage, which is nice because this guy is pretty fast for his size and he moves around a lot. So having 2 weak points, that's kind of a cool move from Soft. Just be forewarned that even though this guy does have 2 weak points, it's not going to be just as simple as walking up there and whacking it with your stick. Because being a dragon, Bale has this unquenchable desire to just vomit up fire, you know, all over the ground where he's standing, to just burn you up while you're trying to hurt him. And because Bale is a special dragon, that fire has also got lightning in it. Now, once you make it into Phase 2, things get even more interesting, because Bale gets so pissed off at your hubris to come into his home and attack him on his bloody leg stump that he grows wings made out of magic and he flies around the arena. He causes AoE lightning storms, so if you're a big fan of AoE attacks, this is gonna be your jam. But then he also kind of has this move where he'll go up in the air and kind of just spray, just rain hell down on the arena. You know what I mean? It's really hard to dodge this crap. If you didn't think that was good enough, I must add that Bale also has quite the stout health bar. So you have many obstacles between you and victory when you get to the top of the volcano or mountain or whatever the hell this thing is. I think it's a mountain, but I just keep thinking about lava being everywhere, so I keep wanting to call it a volcano. Anyway, I digress. I know this doesn't have anything to do with the actual fight with Bale per se, but because this is my first opportunity in a video to bring it up, I'm doing it right now. With Bale, if you have started his quest, you can enlist the help of what I am now considering to be the greatest NPC in From Software history. You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Egon. This man jumps into the arena. He screams at this dragon the entire fight.
Curse you, Bale! I hereby vow you will rue this day.
Just so you know though, even with this Giga Chad assisting you fighting Bale, he is still not going to be a pushover. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially reached a new high watermark for dragons in video games. Number 4. Here, at the end of the world, amidst a sea of ash, we encounter the most holly jolly badass that ever lived. The combination of Guts from Berserk and Santa Claus. When we last met Slave Knight Gale, he was hanging out at the Cathedral of the Deep, a shriveled up old man sticking his butt up in the air, urging us to try finger. Apparently years and years and years, and maybe eons of consuming powerful souls has made Gale quite swole. So the withered up old man act that he was pulling earlier seems to have pretty much just decayed away. And now he is running around like an ape holding a greatsword, running around on 3 limbs. It's pretty ridiculous, but also is kind of badass because it makes him really animalistic looking. And even though this guy moves around like an ape and is toting a gigantic greatsword, he can move super fast and close the distance, and he is gifted with a grab attack with some of the most ridiculous tracking I've ever seen. It's really hard to dodge. After you bring Santa Guts to Phase 2, he decides that it's time to use a little bit of his old soul power and actually stand upright like a man. This is also the point in the battle where he decides to pull out his repeating crossbow, and we enter a new section, the bullet hell section of the fight. In addition to this new development, his sword attacks also are imbued with soul power, and many of his sword attacks will be followed up with a cape. So now, the cape is attacking you. It's a combination of Santa Claus and Guts and Spawn now. Gale also can shoot out showers of soul fireballs at you too. So It's bullet hell from the soul fireballs. It's bullet hell from the crossbows. He's swinging at you. He's got his spawn cape flying around, smacking you too. It's the best time you can have in Dark Souls 3, really. And while you're having such a good time, just remember that many of his attacks can cut your health bar into half. And he has a few 3-hit combos that if you take that entire combo, you're pretty much done. He also can create lightning storms. So it is just a world of crap when you're fighting Slave Knight Gale. But I don't think I'd really want to have it any other way, because this fight is one that you can learn and you can become very proficient at it. It doesn't feel like a cheap fight in any kind of way. He has a very large health bar, which you would assume he's basically the last boss of the game. And this is such a fun fight. As hard as it is at least that fun, if not even more fun. So just remember, Slave Knight Gale, he's the GOAT. Number 3. You know, it seems like it was just yesterday that we were reacting to the first trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree, and I specifically remember when we were watching that, just seeing this weird-looking skeleton guy riding around on a goopy horse, and just thinking to myself, yeah, that guy looks pretty cool. I didn't really know if he was a boss, or if he was just, you know, just some, like a mini boss, just maybe just a tough enemy, you know, something along the lines of a Black Knight, something like that, right? But when you fall down what I think is officially now the longest drop in the history of From Software, you get to find out that the Putrescent Knight is not just a boss. He's kind of a duo boss. Actually, you know what? He's a duo boss, but he's also kind of like a hit and run driver kind of boss. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because I've only killed the Putrescent Knight a couple of times, and most of the time, when I would get summoned into somebody else's game to help them kill the Putrescent Knight, sometimes they were dead before I even landed in the arena. This guy is so nimble and fast that he will just hit you. You don't even know what's going on. Like, fighting this guy is like the equivalent of one of those cartoon fight dust clouds. You don't even really know what's going on. And honestly, when I beat him the first time, it was just reflexes the whole fight, right? Hopefully after fighting him a little bit more, I'll get a little bit more used to him. Maybe I'll develop some sort of strategy for fighting him. But until then, it's probably just going to be just operating off of reflexes and hoping for the best. This boss looks awesome. He is entertaining to watch, and he is hard as shit. Number 2. The Putrescent Knight might be a speedy, brutal, relentless bastard. But the original quick, relentless, brutal bastard of the Souls series is even worse than the Putrescent Knight, because he has a health bar the size of Texas. The Orphan of Kos has very high damage output. He hits so hard, and since he fights you with a giant meat yo-yo, he is dangerous at close and medium range. If this sounds too easy for you, don't worry, because he has AoE attacks, and he can jump better than Mario. Phase 2 Orphan brings even more AoEs in the form of lightning storms, and of course, more of that classic yo-yo action that we have come to love so much. You know, I just remembered, I'm a big fan of the classic video game yo-yo trilogy of heroes. You know, you got the Orphan of Kos, you got Mike from Star Tropics, and probably the most powerful one of all three, the Noid. Even though the Orphan of Kos is one of the most difficult bosses that From Software has ever made, I do have some great news. With a lot of practice and being proficient at parrying him, you can defeat this boss without too much trouble. And, you know, it just takes a lot of work, takes determination and skill, But you can do it. Or you can just cheese them with the parry loop. Before we get to number 1, let's talk about this here honorable mention. When I was playing Shadow of the Erdtree, I was kind of expecting a lot of new characters to be bosses in the game. And, you know, I knew that since Mikola was going to factor in the story, that there was the opportunity for some characters who were in the base game to maybe come back in the DLC. And if you know where I'm going, I wasn't 100% crazy when I found out about one of the bosses that they did reuse in the DLC. I thought that was kind of lame, and I would have rather seen another character that we haven't seen yet, maybe the one that we've only heard about. That would have been cool, right? The thing is, one of my favorite bosses in all of From Software Gaming now is a surprise boss. The whole reveal of Midra is so freaking cool because you just go into the arena and you see this guy who's just laying on the floor. He's in agony. He's got a fucking spear like shoved through his head, like in through his whole body. Like, this is crazy. Only FromSoft makes stuff this freaking metal in a video game. You're in the arena, you have no option but to attack this guy. And then when you finally do, you know, he pulls the staff out and then boom, all of a sudden his head turns into Midra. The fact that I had no idea there was going to be a frenzy boss. This is the only frenzy boss we have in the whole game. Like a lot of my favorite bosses in the game, you get a humanoid style duel, but they also throw some magical abilities in the mix just to give it, you know, give it its own personal kind of flavor. Like a lot of the best duel fights, the battle with Midra is like, it's like a cool dance, you know? He's got these really quick attacks with his staff, and then he does this crazy spin attack. The big thing is his frenzy magic. Dude has magic for days. So he's got the move where he can take a staff, he can shove it down into the floor, and he can make a bunch of spikes come up out of the ground. He's got just the spray of bouncing frenzy fireballs that can come at you. He must be a really big fan of Goku because he can literally go up in the air, turn himself into a spirit bomb and come down and explode. And he can do a giant frenzy Kamehameha. With all these frenzy attacks going around, it's not surprising that the threat of succumbing to the frenzy status is a very real thing in the fight with Midra. It doesn't really take a genius to find out that getting stunned and losing a chunk of your health bar in a battle with a boss this dangerous is probably not an optimal situation. So in addition to all this stuff, I would say that all the effects of all the crap going around and the way Midra is just so smoothly just dancing around the arena, swinging his staff at you and stuff, it can be kind of mesmerizing, and sometimes it can be a little tough to even tell what's going on. It gets pretty crazy and hectic. I would say that Midra might not be the hardest boss, but he is awesome and very cool, very fun to fight, and I would say his difficulty still would give most From Software bosses a pretty good run for their money. One more thing before we get to number 1. I just want to take this opportunity to personally invite you to join our Discord. We have a link for that in the description of this very video. Also, if you're interested in supporting me and the channel through a YouTube membership or through Patreon, I have links for that posted as well. And now it's time for number 1. For anyone who has completed Shadow of the Erdtree, it should come as to no surprise that Radahn has officially taken up the mantle as the hardest and maybe most frustrating boss in all of From Software. While Mikola may glaze Radahn until the cows come home,
I myself cannot.
Now, don't get upset. Don't get worried. I'm not going to be like one of those little piss pants crybabies that just complains that DLC is too hard or anything like that. Nevertheless, I would like to add my personal feelings on Radahn, consort of Mikola. In Phase 1, Radahn uses gravity magic in addition to his sword attacks. The first gravity spell he uses is this one where he propels himself straight at you as soon as you enter the arena, and then he summons a bunch of spikes out of the floor. So he flies straight at you, throws up an AoE, and you have no way whatsoever to counter this. The best thing you can do is just get away. He's also got another move where he'll just summon meteor spam at you, which that's great too. And a lot of these spells that he has will actually propel him up into the air. So he is spamming crap at you, but you can't do anything to hit him back. Great. Radahn attacks with these really long swords, and since he is also gigantic, he can hit you from a pretty long ways away. So it's very difficult to get in a hit, more than 1 or 2 hits at a time, really. And it's kind of a pain in the ass, but it is doable. But realistically, I think Phase 1 of the Radahn fight is really just there to soak up a few of your heals, because Phase 2 is where the real shit show starts. In this phase, Mikola is riding around on Radahn's shoulders, and Radahn's attacks now are imbued with holy magic. And when he attacks with his sword, there's kind of like this little aftershock of holy that comes behind it. So now, when he attacks you, you know, normally there may be like a tiny little window for you to get in there and get a hit. Now, the window is even smaller because he throws out a hitbox, and then there are hitboxes coming behind the hitbox. Isn't that awesome? And I've got to bring up the new holy AoE attack he gets in this phase, which is so huge, it covers so much ground, that you have to start running away as fast as you can as soon as he starts charging it up, or you're gonna get hit. Another real treat, it's so good, is this grab attack that he gets in this phase too, where no matter where you are, he will just lock onto you, and he will leap and jump on you and grab you. And Mikola will put a little symbol on your head. And if this happens to you twice in the match, it's game over. Instantly. Instant game over. Even if you were doing great. That grab attack, 2 of them. Boom. You're done. Now, if you do use Mikola's rune, it will take the symbol off of your head. This move's still pretty damn OP if you ask me. But what I would consider the absolute pièce de merde, it's piece of shit for you people who don't speak French, is the move where Radahn does his callback to the base game, and he flies up in the air and he comes crashing back down like a meteor. And I don't know how to explain this other than most of the time, no matter which direction I go, this move one-shots me. This move does so much freaking damage that I actually had to put the boss fight on hold, stop making attempts to beat Radahn, and then I had to go to an area to find a very specific item that gives you really, really high holy resistance. And that was how I beat this boss. I don't want to say that I absolutely hate this boss fight, but it's a real pain in the ass. And the fact that Phase 2 has the tiniest windows of opportunity for you to even get any hits in, it's just really frustrating, and it kind of feels like the fight's kind of dragging on a little bit. And, you know, I thought the idea of Mikola being a part of the boss fight was pretty cool, but personally, I would have rather seen a new character be the boss. Oh, man. I don't know about you guys, but personally, I think Midra should have been the final boss. He's the man. You know, I've been playing these games since 2009. And they ain't getting any easier, y'all. In fact, they're getting a hell of a lot harder. How hard are they getting? Listen to this. Yo, I dropped 40
$100 on the DLC. Miyazaki is trying to make a fool out of me. This boss is bull hockey, and Miko last drinks pee. I'm at a roadblock it, and it can't be cheesed. Is my build any good? Well, I guess we will see. So much drama in shadow of the Earth Tree. It's a hard time fighting Sister Free when you just can't take your eyes off her feet. Bale fried me up like a BLT. The orphan made me beg for mercy. Dark Eater, my dear, is keeping me cursing. If you don't learn the pattern, then you're getting burned. See, a 9-level hunter is really no fun. Guess it's time to go to the cum dungeon. Did I get to phase 2? Praise the damn sun. What an interesting way for a guy to have fun. Damn, this DLC boss is man. Put you in a coffin and give you real sweaty hands. Yeah, damn, these DLC bosses, man. Put you in a coffin and give you real sweaty hands. If your dodge roll skills are less than elite, you trust it nice says, time to get beat. The skibbity fragment sure be sweet. Are we gonna be redone? Well, it's not concrete. Game is hard, yo. Is this even real? Should I go cry in the corner like Dark Side feel? I need a weapon upgrade if I'm gonna get a kill. Time to go to check how many souls are in the till. Damn, this DLC boss is man. Put you in a coffin and give you real sweaty hands. Yeah, damn, these DLC bosses, man. Put you in a coffin and give you real sweaty hands. You know, I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm gonna have to go and get some alcohol wipes to clean off my controller because it is disgusting right now. I mean, you guys thought that Commander Gaius was bad? Why do you fight Radon, asshole?
But Jared is a major cum chad. Happy holidays, everyone. You know, it might not have been the smartest idea to film this year's Christmas video in frozen Ilium Lois, but let's try to not think about that right now. You know, I love video games, and according to my YouTube watch history, I love watching shitty Souls content. We've got cringy jokes, major skill issues, and even bigotry. Ho, ho, ho. And guess what? I'm gonna bitch about all of them right now as I count down the top 10 worst Souls tubers. Trigger warning, these guys suck.
You guys suck.
Number 10. So this kid right here was actually recommended to me for this list by our wonderful friends on the Trey Irby official Discord. And the name of the channel is Scumnut. And before we even get started, let me just say, very classy name. I can tell we're going to be dealing with a very mature and distinguished individual already. So as I went over the channel's content, I didn't really find anything that objectionable, nothing that really set me off that said this guy needed to be in this video, right? And you know, the guy, he's very fascinated with playing Elden Ring, and he's very fascinated with doing challenges with just weird mods and stuff like that. I would personally say that the most offensive thing that this channel commits is just the act of being very, very boring and drab.
I know it smelled crazy in that arena. Oh, it definitely do. And about to smell even more crazy right now. Holy shit.
I don't know what would qualify him to be in this video, really, because that's like 99% of Souls channels anyway. So why don't we just like watch one more clip and we'll move on, and we'll try to find somebody who's probably a little bit more deserving of the number 10 spot.
I had to stop playing Dark Souls 2 so I can watch your stream SMH. First time being here live though. Can't wait to see you suck everything off in DS3.
Man, you say that shit like it's a bad thing. You should be thanking me that I went live so you could stop playing that game.
Oh, hell no. You're really talking shit about Dark Souls 2, huh? Well, screw you. You're on the list. Number 9. Oh boy. Where do I even begin with this one? This guy's got a lot of problems, okay? Let's just start off with the name. Trey Irby? What the hell even is that? More like Gay Kirby, am I right? Seriously, I really hope to God that's not like his actual name, because that would be pretty embarrassing. So let's talk about some of his other problems. This guy is terrible at basically every Souls game that he plays. He has to get carried just to finish any of the games. His jokes, they are absolute ass.
The observant and seasoned viewer will notice that I am indeed hanging out here in the Undead Crypt. Now, you might ask, Trey, what are you doing in the Undead Crypt, you silly man? Well, here's the answer. I thought that this would be the most appropriate place to count down my top 10 picks for the most, you ready for this? Cryptic moments in From Software.
And then, I don't know, it's kind of a pet peeve of mine personally maybe. He's always changing his look. Like, he's got some videos where he's got like a fro. He's got some where he's got this short, like bleach blonde hair. Sometimes he's got a beard. Sometimes he doesn't have a beard. Like, make up your freaking mind, dude. This is really confusing. A final complaint about this channel. Dude has no idea about how to make a video a proper amount of time. I mean, he's got a 45-minute top 10 video. Like, are you smoking crack, dude? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. One more thing. This guy has been making videos for like over 15 months now, and he still hasn't even broken 20,000 subscribers. Pathetic. Number 8. You know, one of the most interesting aspects of the Souls series is the way that the story is presented to the player. The story in these games is presented in a very vague and passive way, which makes it really fun because everybody gets to have their own interpretation. And because you have to piece together the story and a lot of the lore yourself, it's very engaging and immersive because the player becomes an active participant in creating the story and the lore. So what could be the most useless idea for a Souls channel? That would probably be the concept of a channel that just spoon feeds you the story and ruins that whole experience of discovering the world yourself. And if we want to really just put the icing on the cake right there on this crap idea, you get one of the most boring voices on the planet.
The most important description comes from the serpent god's curved sword, a weapon that was formerly used to offer up sacrifices. It was a tool of a forgotten religion.
To voice over the most lazily edited videos I have ever seen on the platform. And this is just a storm of boring uselessness. Now, when I first heard about Vadi Vidya, I really actually gave it a shot. And listen, I had to really force myself to watch this channel for more than a couple minutes because it really is that boring. In fact, I'm not gonna lie, I had to snort an 8-ball of coke and put 50,000 volts in my ass just to stay awake through 5 minutes of one of his videos. And you know, that's not really a good sign. So what have we learned from this channel? I'd say that there are way more Souls players than I would like to admit that would prefer to just have the story just spoon-fed to them instead of, you know, using their brains to figure it out themselves. Shame on you. Number 7. And here we have a Souls tuber who is absolutely paralyzed with fear that if they do not release a video every 2 days, they're going to become irrelevant and be forgotten. The name of the channel is Yui. And just look at this release schedule. God damn. I mean, seriously, bro. Like, really? If there is a channel that makes this kind of content that uses ChatGPT, it's gotta be this one. I mean, this guy ranks every weapon in a class in Elden Ring and has the video up and edited in 2 days. That's pretty insane. But hey, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe when you have 140,000 subscribers, you can just like pay a staff to just churn these videos out for you. Now, if you're not actually interested in hearing somebody rank each piece of equipment in a specific class in Elden Ring, you're probably gonna do the same thing I did, which is watch a couple of the videos, pretty much figure out what the deal is, and then promptly forget this channel ever existed until you have to make a list of the top 10 worst Souls channels. Number 6. And now, my lovelies, it's time to talk about a channel that I thought of as soon as I had this wonderful idea for this countdown. Ass Mongrel is a streamer, and what a treat it must be to listen to that sweet voice and look at that beautiful face for hours on end.
Oh, for what? Is this what you want to see? Is this what you want to see? I lost my best friend because of you!
And isn't that the most punchable face that you've ever seen? This dude also loves to react to other channels' Souls content because, you know, that is a lot easier than editing your own video. He basically is Sniper Wolf if she looked like a homeless man. And speaking of being lazy, as recently as last year, this creative genius has given us interesting takes on Dark Souls 2, such as saying that the old Dragon Slayer was just like fighting Ornstein and Smo without Smo. That was so original. You know, I'm sure that there are not countless other YouTubers who have already said that, and many years ago, I might add. So it just feels like this guy is really into regurgitating other people's content in a very low effort style format. Another interesting thing about Ass Mongrel is the fact that as much as he hates on Dark Souls 2, he glazes Elden Ring that much in return. And, you know, we're all pretty aware that Elden Ring is far from a perfect game. I also despise the way that this guy pronounces Sekiro.
I want to start the first Meltdown Monday off with a bang. And I don't know what could do a better job than that than Sekiro.
Let me just say that Asmongold looks like a man who has never showered in his life. And I think a shower is something I would actually like to see him react to. Number 5. So now we're going to talk about a channel that does not primarily focus on Souls content, but absolutely deserves the theoretical boot in the ass concerning what Souls content it does have. Primarily focusing on nerd culture staples like Star Wars and Marvel movies, Mauler started out with a video game channel, albeit not an extremely successful one. But what I'm mostly gonna focus on here for this video is the series that he made where he decided to provide a rebuttal to H. Bomber Guy's Dark Souls 2 video, in which he sprays audible feces all about, trying to act like Dark Souls 2 is actually a bad game, when, of course, we know that's not true. I almost don't know where to start here. In addition to sounding like a literal supervillain.
It is the intellectual equivalent of giving the game a pat on the head for being such a good boy.
This man is posing as some sort of authority on DS2, despite his claims of playing through the game multiple times and still not understanding basic concepts that should really be obvious to anybody on the first playthrough. He'll point out things in the game and interpret them as bugs when they are clearly something that was intended by the game makers. A good example of this is the hollow soldiers that attack the tree in the Forest of Fallen Giants. Because, you know, the tree, it's growing out of the giants. See, the soldiers, they are hollow because, you know, that's what happens in Dark Souls. And they remember fighting the giants in the big war with the giants. And so when they see the tree growing out of the giant, they still see the giant and they're attacking it because their minds have gone, Mauler, it's not that complicated. It's not a bug. I understood this concept on my very first playthrough. So I don't know how you played the game, what, 7 times was it? And don't understand that that was clearly some of the lore of the game being illustrated. I guess it was just too subtle for you, huh? Also, who can forget his amazing ability to make Dark Souls 2 look like it has way more enemy spam than it actually does by running around the level and aggroing every character, every NPC in an area to make it look like the game is way more spammy than it actually is. I also really like the fact that he likes to complain about things that really don't require any complaints, such as the elevator that goes from Earthen Peak to the Iron Keep. I don't understand like how this bugs him so much, because to me, Dark Souls is already pretty wacky. And I mean, I think the concept of the elevator going from the top of a mountain up to a castle in the sky that has lava in it, yeah, it doesn't make sense. But who cares? I think it's funny as crap and kind of awesome. And actually, if you do a little bit of research on YouTube, there are quite a lot of content creators that have come up with the concept that if you really think about the lore of Dark Souls 2 and the fact that your mind is kind of dissipating over time, it actually makes sense in that context. I don't know if he just really needed to just, I don't know, pull things out of his ass just to fill that massive 10-hour runtime or what. But I find it quite humorous that somebody could make this many videos about Dark Souls 2 and clearly not understand it in so many ways. It's so embarrassing that I absolutely love it. I will laugh endlessly watching this guy's videos about DS2 and just appreciating how wrong he is about everything. Mauler's Dark Souls 2 series is like the Souls Tube version of Schadenfreude. Is Mauler the Tommy Wiseau of Souls Tubers? I think so. Number 4. Oh boy. Let's talk about Feeble King. In a sea of Souls Tubers with annoying voices, this kid has the most punchable voice that I have ever heard.
Hello, I have returned from the Fallout bunker I was hiding in while all the hate bombs from the FromSoft community were being hurled my way.
He's got this weird, shaky, insecure sounding voice
while he complains about the dumbest stuff, and his general tone is something along the lines of, but what about his content? Let's go ahead and start off by pointing out that he is one of those special people that somehow thinks that vanilla Dark Souls 2 is actually better than Scholar, despite the fact that Scholar objectively improves upon many things from the base game.
However, this is not an opinion switch because Dark Souls 2 Vanilla is not Scholar of the First Sin. I still hate Scholar of the First Sin. I've never changed my mind on Dark Souls 2. I simply played a different version of the game that I preferred.
It's also hilarious that Feeble King is extremely thin-skinned.
I'm going to try to come across as less aggressive in this video so that the comment section will be less toxic, although I don't think it'll work.
I was watching one of his videos, and literally half of the runtime was him basically just arguing with his comment section and trying to support all of his own opinions and theories. And it's like, I mean, he's calling the community toxic, he's calling his fans and his viewers toxic and judgmental, and I'm like, oh no, oh gosh, did somebody on the internet not agree with something you said? Oh man, gosh, those meanies. Maybe, hey, maybe you don't need to be producing content on the internet. One more thing, Feeble King will take every opportunity to remind you that he does not use summons. And let me just say, Feeble King, we're all really, really impressed. Number 3, anybody that knows me is well aware that there was no way I was gonna do this list and leave out Krusty. Lately, this guy mostly focuses on tier lists for Elden Ring, much like Yui. And I can't overstate how much of a waste it feels when someone makes a video with an artificially long runtime like Rusty does. I mean, does the audience really need to know what the worst shield in Elden Ring is? I find this guy's videos incredibly boring, except for one feature, and that is the cringy ass, terrible jokes. They're even worse than mine.
Sexual activity with a fruit consisting of a tough shell that protects a kernel. Fucking nuts, one would say.
Krusty absolutely thinks he is Dennis Miller with his delivery and his obnoxious tone, and he clearly thinks that he is some sort of comedy genius. He is, in a way, just unintentionally. And Krusty, let me just say that putting that little period on the end of your name, very nice touch, very creative. Number 2. You know, at one time, I actually thought that Krusty and Ember were the same channel because, I don't know, they both kind of talk the same way, they have the same kind of attitude, and they tell the same garbage ass jokes.
We know that From Software isn't cash grabby like some of these other developers, but let's be real, they still need to make money. I've never been a fan of the defenseless boss formula where you get a bunch of free hits in and then they teleport. Elden Beast. But I still thought Rom was pretty satisfying, and the arena is one of my favorites and felt kind of unnecessary. I don't really have anything great, Wood, to say about this boss. At least he's optional, I guess.
You probably shouldn't laugh anymore.
I don't know. Actually, Ember may still be a Krusty alt account as far as I know. He actually said that he thinks that Nameless King is obviously, like unquestionably, the hardest boss in Dark Souls 3.
Next up, ooh, Nameless King. I think we all broke some controllers on this one. The Nameless King is notoriously the hardest boss in this game, and that's a title I'm comfortable giving him.
And when I heard that, I kind of had to ring out with a very resounding, what the f***? I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that in my entire life. Like, did he just read that on a Reddit post or something and just throw it into his script without actually playing the game? Another thing kind of gets on my nerves about this guy is he's another one of those Souls tubers that plays these games.
I assume he can read, but he doesn't seem to be able to pronounce a lot of the words that are very common words when you play this series. So let me just go ahead and set the record straight, mister. The word is riposte. It's a French word. It's riposte. It's not riposte. You sound like an idiot when you say it that way.
Really, you just have to wait for its fire breathe move to get some easy hits in and hopefully a riposte.
Finally, talking about Ember, I need to comment appropriately at the end of his section how when he finishes a video, he has this running gag about just having an ending, but instead of getting to the ending and an outro for his video, the video just cuts off.
If they had made this a main boss with more health and maybe a second phase, I think this would have been considered one of the best bosses in the game, but I still think he's underrated as a mini boss. And I thought about doing an outro for this one, but I decided I'll...
Is this funny? I don't think it is. I don't find it funny at all. It's pretty stupid and obnoxious and pretty weak. But the thing is that Ember thinks it's funny because he's been doing it forever. So that's pretty sad. Next embarrassment. So with all the crappy Souls channels that there are on this wonderful platform of ours, you knew that I was going to have a few dishonorable mentions. And the first one that I would like to discuss is Billy S. That's right, I'm going there. So here we go again, guys. We got yet another channel that doesn't do anything but rank stuff. Oh, wow. I'm so glad that we could get another one of those. I'll say that, in my opinion though, the most obnoxious thing about Billy S is the fact that he's just like Yui, and he feels like he has to put out a video every couple of days or we're all gonna forget that he exists. He even has some that are literally 1 day apart. I mean, my God, dude, do you ever get rest? Do you sleep? Do you have a team of writers and editors just going at it 24 hours a day to just keep churning this content out? You can wait a few days, dude. Give us time to miss you, man. That being said, I can detect a slight hint of potential in Billy's content. He's not obnoxious like some of these other guys. He's just kind of bland. And in that, I was actually expecting a little bit more personality and a little bit more flavor. I felt like I could sense a little bit of that in him, and I haven't seen it yet. So, tentatively, I'm waiting for better things. I'm gonna say also that with Billy, I don't really think his content ideas are that fun either. He does a lot of content topics that are things that either are not very original or creative, but they're also the things that people have been talking about for like the last decade. I watched one of his videos and he actually commented on the interconnected world of the original Dark Souls. Yeah, no kidding, dude. Like, we're all aware of it by now. Dark Souls has been out for quite a long time. Another thing is, I feel like Billy is dangerously close to recycling content almost. Billy S is the kind of Souls tuber who has a video about the scariest creatures in Dark Souls, and he also has one about the scariest moments in Dark Souls. See, for me, I think that I probably would have just made one video and just combined that. In fact, that's sort of what I did. But I think that right there should let you know exactly what kind of content creator Billy is. And that should tell you really all you need to know. So Billy, I'm just gonna say this. I expected more out of you, and I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Okay, so for the last honorable mention, I will just say this. I was told that I needed to talk about Shirako by the community, and you know, after looking at his channel, I feel like this channel can barely even be called a Souls channel.
It seems like the main thing that this guy wants to do is just upload gameplay videos with no commentary. You know, he uploads a wide variety of games, but I mean, if you're not looking for just gameplay with nothing else added to it, you know, go nuts. Sometimes he may have footage of a boss fight. Yeah, not for me. Number 1. So when I asked around about the worst Souls tubers, the first name that came up was Ziostorm. I never heard of this channel before. So what did I discover after checking it out? A treasure trove of absolutely worthless content presented by clickbait thumbnails with clickbait titles. In fact, I would go so far as to say that Ziostorm produces videos of negative value, meaning that you will not only be misinformed, but you will actually be made dumber by watching this trash. And by trash, I mean baseless speculation.
In other news, we have a bit of leaks/rumors to discuss. Yesterday, a new rumor emerged about a potential Dark Souls 3 remastered. And this comes from the Xbox Era podcast, and I'll play you the clip here.
You know something, dude? Daydreaming about video game possibilities is something that you do on the toilet, not a YouTube channel that takes advantage of a gullible audience to farm ad revenue. Seriously, how does this asshole have so many subscribers anyway? Ziostorm is another one of those YouTubers, and I use that term very loosely, that feels like they need to upload content every 2 or 3 days, or everyone is going to forget about their channel. As they should. Now, going back to his thumbnails, I don't know about you, but I really get tired of seeing channels that just repeat the same basic thumbnail format for every video that they upload. It's really unappealing, and I actually think it speaks to his enthusiasm about the content that he makes and his meager level of respect for his audience. Ziostorm is everything that is wrong with YouTube channels producing low-effort content that wastes the audience's valuable time. Add to that, using your notoriety to spread disgusting hate speech is just inexcusable and awful. That's right, my little chippies. This guy isn't just a terrible Souls tuber, he's also a terrible person. If you want to find out exactly what he's been posting on his Twitter account, you can't, because he deleted it. That should really tell you all you need to know right there. Just remember, dipshit, it's really easy to talk about other cultures and religions when you don't have to deal with the lives that they have to live. When you live in America, it's easy to be an asshole. But you know what? I bet if you lived in some of these other countries where people are desperately trying to get here to live a better life, you'd probably want to immigrate too. You face. I got a great idea. How about you go ahead and delete your worthless YouTube channel? Oh gosh, that's right. That would probably interfere with your money. I mean, you probably weren't making money off the Twitter account or the Discord. So, you know, it's easy to go ahead and lock down your Discord so nobody can hear about your disgusting hate speech, and it's easy to delete your Twitter, but that YouTube channel, you got to keep that up. But, you know, that is unfortunate. We can still choose not to support it, and we can choose not to watch it because we know what kind of person is behind it.
Who is he? He's an asshole, sir. I know that.
Well, everybody, that's my holly jolly rant on my least favorite Souls channels, and I hope you'll agree with me that most of these people just are trash beyond belief. Now, if you would like to join our Discord, we have a link in the description of the video, and we also have a link to the Patreon, which helps support me as well. You can see all these names floating by me right now. These are the names of all the wonderful people that support me and this channel and make it possible for me to do this for a job. Now, I would like to let you know that you can sign up channel memberships, start at only 99 cents a month, and even 99 cents really helps me out a ton. However, watching videos to the end, liking, subscribing, all that great stuff, it just does wonders for me, and it means more than you'll probably ever know. Thank you so much. Happy holidays, and everybody have a happy new year. Merry Christmas, everybody. Ooh. I'm gonna read, doing the audio while getting. Happy Valentine's Day, my love. I just wanted to tell you that, throughout the years, we've had some rough times, but we've also had some really good times. And honestly, I wouldn't ever want to do it any other way. And I just want you to know that I love you very much. How are you enjoying this delicious 1873 Mikolash Moscato that I purchased? Oh my goodness, you are so sweet. You always know how to make me feel very appreciated and special. And if you've got a special one in your life, From Software Games actually have lots of fantastic locations if you look hard enough to take your Valentine. So today, I'm going to count down the top 10 date spots in From Software Games. 10. What better way to celebrate the defeat of Pontiff Sullivan than by taking your loved one out to this majestic courtyard/balcony and admiring the gorgeous view together. Pontiff's balcony has beautiful architecture, it's got statues, and it's got these things, and I don't know what they are. They might be bird baths, or they might be a fountain. I'm not really sure, but they are nice. I personally think that this is a perfect spot to set up a little romantic picnic with your Valentine this year. Give me some sugar, baby. 9. You may be surprised to find out that an area from Discount Lies of P actually made this list, but one did. This spot, however, is going to come with a very large asterisk because the only kind of dates that you're going to be having here are the kind that end with someone getting gooey. That's why it's called the Cum Dungeon. The spooky roots growing on the walls and the creepy statues help set the perfect atmosphere for getting into some sticky situations. Innuendo. 8. Everybody knows that From Software DLC is peak gaming content, so it should come as to no surprise that the peak content of Dark Souls 3, the Ringed City DLC, contains an amazing date spot that is full of beautiful sights. Of course, I am talking about the Dreg Heap. Just picture embracing your loved one amongst such majestic vistas as the sun that looks like the dark sign, and who can forget all of those cool sideways buildings and structures. Isn't it romantic? I have to be sure to mention one last very important spot located within the Dreg Heap, and that is this very tiny, intimate area, which is absolutely perfect if you know that the time is right and you want to come around this little secluded spot. This is a good place where you want to propose to your... Is that Freddy Freaker?
It's the freak from
And here's the party freak, Freddy Freaker, dancing new sensation, grabbing the nation, doing the freak. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. Join the party, the fast and easy way to hear what's scamming from New York to LA. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. What's happening, what's jamming, party till you drop. Dial and hear the action, what's hot and what's not. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. $2 a call.
7. Sometimes viewers like to flame me for not including the more obscure From Software titles on my countdown videos. However, we're not getting flamed this time because the number 7 entry is actually going to be from one of the most obscure FromSoft games of all. The name of the game is Elden Ring, and the area is that beautiful field of flowers where you find the golden braid. What a nice looking spot. I'd love to have a date there. As a wise man once said,
flowers is pretty. I've always thought that.
6. One of the most unique areas in all of Dark Souls would actually be an incredible place to take a date. That is, as long as your date is okay with hiking on slippery ass crystals and trusting you when you tell them that there is an invisible walkway that is going to magically keep them from plummeting to their death. These invisible walkways can be very useful in 2 very different ways. For one, you'll definitely find out whether or not your date trusts you, and trust is very important in a loving relationship. The second way is, if the date's not turning out that well, you could accidentally point out the wrong location of the invisible pathway. Sorry, honey, it's not working out. 5. Who doesn't love going to the beach? If the answer is you, then you can forget about ever going on a date with me. That is, of course, a joke. I'm already taken by this sweet piece of ass right here. That's right, honey. All those other guys, they try to say that you're ugly, try to say that you're nothing but fan service, but they're just jealous because I get to enjoy your boss fights all night long.
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
Okay. I'm just saying that when this video is over, this hot little firecracker and I are gonna go into the back and things are gonna get absolutely wild.
Get on with it!
All right. Jealous prudes. So, back to Ash Lake. This is such an absolutely beautiful place. You've got a nice clean beach. You've got the awesome gigantic trees in the background. You got that ambience of that weird, creepy throat singing that is just coming from somewhere. Just don't think about it. It's Dark Souls. It's fine. Just make sure that when you do take your date down to Ash Lake, that they are not a monster fucker, because if they are, you might get cucked by the Hydra. 4. Only true Sigmas play Dark Souls 2, and that's why when we take a break from our grind set, we like to take our dates to Haida's Tower of Flame. And if you think I pronounced that name wrong, you're wrong, because I researched it. It's actually a German name, no cap. This place is so romantically bussin' with its beautiful sights that yacht will have no choice but to be thoroughly rizzed up. 3. Sekiro is one of the most beautiful From Software games, so it should come as to no surprise that the most beautiful area in the entire game, Fountainhead Palace, would be a fantastic place to have a date with your special someone. Just imagine holding hands with your date, kissing, overlooking that man-made pond, the gorgeous architecture, and of course, my favorite part of the scenery, the cherry blossoms.
Oh my god, I'm blooming!
2. You remember that scene in The Little Mermaid where they're going out on the date in the boat and they got all the pretty lights floating around them and they got the music? It's so romantic, right? Well, guess what? The Shrine of Amana actually one-ups that scene in major ways because, first of all, there are way more lights and they are way prettier. I love that bluish hue that the whole area has. Secondly, the Shrine of Amana does not have no stupid crab singing to you because From Software knows
that crabs belong in the damn swamp. Here we have the Milfanito providing the background music because this game was directed by Giga Chad Yui Tanimura. So, when you get ready to have the ultimate dream date and you want to pop the question and power stance romance, the Shrine of Amana. It's the obvious choice. Since this is a special occasion, being my first ever Valentine's Day video, instead of having the usual honorable mention section, we're gonna just talk about love for a minute. Despite the fact that many RPGs let you romance an NPC, that's not really something that you see in the Souls series. Or is it? You may have simped for the Maiden in Black when you were playing Demon Souls, but you did not have the option to actually court her. The closest thing that we ever got to a relationship for a really long time was that one instance in Anne Orlando when Solaire flirts with you.
You've left me with quite an impression. I would relish a chance to assist you. You really are fond of chatting with me, aren't you? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had feelings for me. Oh no, dear me, pretend you didn't hear that.
That's it? Come on, Solaire. I thought you were my boy. Don't you understand that I got needs? As it turns out, From Software deemed it necessary to give us blue balls all the way up until Elden Ring, in which there is one ending where you become the consort of Ranni. And if you think that being a consort is a little weird, let me just remind you that there are some much weirder relationships in the world of Elden Ring.
Incest, incest, incest's a good thing to do.
1. To determine the #1 date spot in all of Souls, we need only ask ourselves this simple question. What is the purpose of a date? Simply to have a good time and to get to know each other better. There really isn't a better spot than Majula, arguably the greatest location in any Souls game. Think about all the fun that you and your date are gonna have exploring a creepy abandoned mansion complete with a dangerous sword-wielding skeleton in the basement. And who would not be excited to meet a talking cat? And let's not forget how impressed your date is going to be when you totally ignore the hot boob lady, the hot dragon lady, and the hot blacksmith and focus all of your attention on them. And what perfect date would be complete without a visit to one of the most glorious holes in all of Souls? Of course, the lighting and the beautiful view of the ocean from Majula is something that is truly remarkable. But what makes this place special and head and shoulders better date spot than any of these other places? The peaceful atmosphere. As you explore Drangleic, Majula was your moment of peace and respite in between all of the instances of action and excitement. And that's exactly what this place is on your date. It's a place to have fun, yes, but it's also a place to sit there and cherish quiet moments together. Happy Valentine's Day. And if nobody said it to you this year, I love you. And also this guy loves you. Well, I think we all have lots of fun locations that we're going to go check out soon. I want to thank you for joining me for another countdown video. And if you would take a moment to notice all of these wonderful names right here that are rolling up alongside me here on my beautiful Valentine's Day date table. These are our channel supporters, and they actually, are pretty sexy. And you might not know this, but when you become a channel supporter through our Patreon or through YouTube memberships or just by giving super chats, you're actually like 1,000,000% more guaranteed to get some action. And it actually does make you more charming and attractive when you do it. So just throwing that out there. I'm not trying to pressure anybody. I'm just telling you facts and truth. It's just, I mean, on the Trey Irby channel, it is just hashtag facts and logic. So I want to thank you again for joining me on this countdown. Boy, that Miko Lash, he really knows how to make the stuff right.
If I cried about every little thing somebody said about me, I wouldn't be me, I would be Feeble King. Well, well, well. It looks like it's time for From Software to drop another Souls title on us. And since we already know that there are 3 bosses returning, why don't we go ahead and count down the top 10 older bosses that need to come back for Elden Ring Night Reign. My name is Trey, and this is Based Souls. Let's go ahead and get started with number 10 on the list, which is Dark Lurker. Some of you may not be familiar with this boss, and that is because he is locked behind not only a Covenant questline, but also one of the most horrible runbacks in gaming history. Let's hope that FromSoft decides to get good and give us the opportunity to fight this awesome boss without having to put up with all the crap we had to in Dark Souls 2. When considering the bosses that need to be brought back for Night Reign, I could not help but include what I consider to be the most underrated good dragon boss in the entire series, which is of course Sin the Slumbering Dragon. Now, I know that everybody has been gooning off to Midir for years, and I don't blame you, I'm also one of you. And of course, after Shadow of the Erdtree, Bale has a lot of fans too. But Sin is a very excellent, well-rounded dragon boss fight, just like I always envisioned to play in a video game. And I just love it. It has no BS, and it's just a really good fight. It's one of my favorites. I don't hear a lot of people talk about this boss personally, but Dragon Slayer armor totally kicks ass. Dark Souls 3 is full of top-tier boss fights, and this guy is no exception. It is a ton of fun fighting this dude, getting around his insane defense, and of course dealing with that lightning great axe. Oh my god, that thing is awesome. Despite the somewhat drab color scheme of this boss, which seems to be a trend in Dark Souls 3, this guy is one of the most fun fights in the entire game, and I absolutely love him. Put him in FromSoft. So while we're talking about Dark Souls 3, why don't we talk about the saving grace from the Ashes of Ariandel, the fight with Sister Frida. So I love the fact that with this fight, you get that second phase where Ariandel shows up and he's super aggressive, spreading the AoE, and Frida goes more passive and she starts to heal. But also, I love the fact that you get that third phase where Frida just goes ham on your ass with all the black flame magic. And I can't help but think about the fact that, you know, you get that fake out after the end of phase 2. So what if we kick it up a notch and in Night Reign, we go for a 4-phase battle with this boss? Could you just imagine Sister Frida going down and then you hear Melania's voice? No, screw that. We're not doing Melania, that boss sucks. We're gonna do the best boss in Elden Ring, Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Can you imagine Sister Frida, 4-phase fight. 4th phase, you get to fight Horaloo. Hell yeah. You know, if we're talking about bringing back classic Souls bosses, then that means we absolutely are going to have to bring back the ultimate Giga Chad from Dark Souls, Artorias himself. You know, this guy was the best fight in the entire game in my opinion, and I think what we could do this time in Night Reign is Do sort of what they did when they brought back Radon in the DLC, you know, where they made him like the uncorrupted form, except in that game, it was totally shitty. How about we bring back Artorias, but we actually make him good? There's an idea. Just imagine how badass, old school, uncorrupted, using my 2 arms at a time Artorias could be. And he should be extra badass so that he can stand up against your party. Awesomeness. Since we're already going to be playing Fortnite Souls and we're going to be opening up random loot boxes all over the place, why don't we go ahead and hide some of those soldiers that we had to rescue when we took on the burnt ivory Chad himself. I absolutely love the fact that this guy has his own posse that opens up the fight before you even get to take him on, which kind of makes the burnt ivory king the shredder of Dark Souls, which kicks ass. Another highly underrated boss. The Looking Glass Knight looks intimidating, looks like a badass, and also a little creepy, and he is super fun to fight. And who cannot get enough of his awesome shield that bounces magic back at you? Take that, you disgusting little magic caster scum! Anyway, what about the fact that also he could be summoning in players online to join in the fight, adding to the chaos? This guy's got to be in the game. It would be amazing. Dark Souls 2 is packed with awesome ideas that were never implemented in the following games. And this makes me sad. One such idea was a boss who would jump you from out of nowhere and challenge you when you least expect it, armed with the element of surprise and more gadgets than you can shake a stick at. If the Burnt Ivory King is Shredder, then the Pursuer is Batman. Let's hope that From Software brings back the Pursuer in hopes that he can catch players off guard when they wander off alone in the world of Night Rain. Rocksteady, do not steal this idea and try to turn it into a live service. Who's the chattiest Chad that ever chatted in all of Souls? Well, other than me, that would be the Fume Knight. Even the mental defectives who don't like Dark Souls 2 have to admit that the Fume Knight is one of the most badass bosses in all of video games. Period. Despite the fact that many of the bosses in Dark Souls 2 are not extremely difficult, the Fume Knight gladly bucks this trend and will soundly beat your ass. I can't think of any boss from an older Souls game more deserving to be brought back than the Fume Knight, so that new players who were too scared to play Dark Souls 2 can experience the extreme might of this freaking dude and have such a wonderful time with the insane pressure that he puts on you. But if the Fume Knight is the ultimate boss to bring back from an older game, then why is there still another slot in the countdown? Before I answer that question, I do want to acknowledge the honorable mention for this list, the Penetrator, the most awesome boss in all of Demon Souls. Being a night boss with a gigantic weapon that has crazy range, Penetrator is the prototype for many of the great bosses on this very list. It would be really nice if From Software could bring the Penetrator into Elden Ring Night Rain, and I know technically Sony owns the character, so they probably can't do this legally, but I mean, a guy can dream, can he? And the number one boss that needs to be put in Elden Ring Night Rain, if we're gonna make this game absolutely as awesome as it could possibly be, is a character that has not actually been a boss in a previous Souls game. So bear with me. The number one boss should be Peter Griffin. Because think about it now. Think about this. I'm not crazy. So this game is basically gonna be Fortnite. And you know how awesome it was when they put Peter Griffin in Fortnite. So, I mean, we have to do this. Do not look at me like I'm stupid. This is what we're doing. From Software, Peter Griffin, because
Technically, yeah, maybe he wasn't a Souls boss, blah, blah. I don't care. Shut up, Miyazaki. You and your foot fetish and your piss swamps, you can take 5 seconds to just listen to a man who is a little bit more sane than you are. And I'm telling you, think about what a boss Peter Griffin is in Fortnite. Put him in the game. Put him in the game, I'm serious. The number one actual boss that should be in Elden Ring Night Rain to make it more betterer is the one that we were only shown in the opening cutscene of Elden Ring, and we all hoped was going to make an appearance in Shadow of the Erd Tree before Miyazaki and From Software decided that they wanted to take a giant piss on our faces. Of course, I am referring to Godwyn the Golden.
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
So like I said, we do get to see this guy for just a moment in the opening cutscene of the game in his blonde Chad human form, and then later in the game we get to see him as this crazy sea monkey thing, but we never actually get to see Godwyn in action. Personally, I think it would be awesome if we could have a boss fight with Godwyn and we get to see both forms. Maybe his first form will be, you know, his sexy blue jean model form, and then once you get him into the second phase, then he turns into his creepy sea monkey of death form. I know we might be going a little bit out of the box here by picking a god from Elden Ring that was not actually a previous boss in a From Software game, but I think going a little bit outside the box is exactly what this channel is all about. And I can't help but let my imagination run wild, thinking about how Godwyn could potentially be the most badass boss in all of Elden Ring. From Software, just make this happen. Well, From Software, I know that the game is obviously finished by now, no doubt, but if any of these bosses do not appear in Elden Ring Night Rain, I think that you should definitely make them all DLC at some point in the future, because these are the best ones and you need to listen to me. And I also think that you owe me for not sending me a key to the access for the network test, you bastards. And now it's time for me to take a moment to thank you so much for clicking on the video, taking the time to watch this thing all the way to the end, and hopefully you're giving it a like and subscribing if you haven't already subscribed, and it would be cool if you share this video with some of your friends that you think might like it. And I also want to take a moment to just point out all of these names that are going by me right here. These are our channel members, and these are also our Patreon subscribers, and these are the wonderful people that donate super chats to the channel to help me keep my car and keep doing this as a job, which is amazing. I love it. And I just want to thank all of you so much for everything that you've done for me in the, I guess it's been about maybe 18 or 19 months now since I started this channel up and people actually started subscribing to it. So, you know, it's important to me to make sure I take the time to thank you guys every single time I make one of these videos, because it really is great. It means a lot to me. You can subscribe to the channel, but also we actually have a really great Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of the channel. And whenever we're doing a live stream, I always try to make sure that I link the Discord and pin that in the chat too. So if you catch us on a live stream, jump in and have a lot of fun. We get pretty crazy on there. And the Discord, we've got channels for days. We got stuff for everybody on our Discord. Please jump in and hang out. There's a lot of great people there. And that really is about all I needed to say right now. I just want to say, don't listen to Feeble King. The community is not toxic. He's just an idiot. Love you guys. See you on the next countdown. Man, that was a lot of souls. It's funny going back and watching some of my older videos and seeing how different I look in them, and also noticing like the different editing things that I will do, where I'll just find something I decide is cute in one video, and then in some I'm just like, yeah, well, I didn't have any good ideas, so screw it, you know. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this marathon, and stay tuned, because we've already got 21 countdown videos. So after the next 9 go up, we're gonna do a 3rd marathon video. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have like 50 marathon videos and we'll cram them all into one giant marathon. Who knows? Anyway, thanks for watching. I love you guys, and I'll see you soon.